All right, we are live. Had a few extra things to do. Sorry there. I think we're all set up. Once again, I stayed up way too late playing Star Rupture. I'm beginning to see a habit. In reality, what kind of happened last night is I saw the full picture of what I needed to do to complete the game, right? Because we unlocked the full part of the map and I saw all the buildings and stuff. Killer Rain just resubscribed for 28 months. Thank you. You are awesome as always. And like, I had this vision like, oh, if I could get like a certain thing done tonight, then I could do the rest all in one more stream, right? And I was thinking maybe if I finished off the Sulfur Factory, I could do everything else in the Geothite Factory in one run. So I went for another like, I don't know, three hours trying to like get it close. I'm still glad I did it. I don't know if we can do it in one more stream, but we can definitely do it in two more. So anyway, it was good, and I got to sleep today. I feel pretty good, and I did some other things for the channel. I'm working on some projects, so all good stuff. All good stuff. Ryan, hey, and Tyler. Ryan and Tyler, I don't recognize your guys' names. Welcome. And Samek. And over on Twitch, we've got CubeWave, of course. Yes, it is factory time. You exceeded YouTube quota, so you will not be able to send Twitch to YouTube. So that looks like a downside from our combined chat solution where we had Killer's bot typing. He's getting hit for spamming, apparently. All right. Let's get going, guys. We did some prep work for this floor. So kind of where I'm at with the Satisfactory playthrough, we're on the last factory. Now there are going to be some things that we need to work on post factory, post phase 5 factory, but not a lot, right? A few weeks and then we're done, right? We'll spend some time, we'll play in our finished play area. Okay, we're not just gonna like be done and never jump back on and see it again, but we're very close. And this will be the, I never really technically finished the update 8 playthrough because 1.0 came out and we had to stop. So this will be the first complete playthrough that I've ever done. I know, I like the Twitch bot too. Killer is a very persistent individual. I am sure that he will come up with a way. There's got to be a good solution for combined chat that fits my criteria of like kind of what I want to see on the channel, right? I don't want to like show Twitch chat permanently on the VOD, to the YouTube side and vice versa. Like I want to keep the game aesthetic clean, right? I want good functional things for everybody to use, but I don't want to like it to get too messy, but yeah, there's some fixing of the towers. Yes, exactly. A little bit more decorating, a little more polishing. I have some ideas for the pillars that hold the city up. So there's those things for sure. And every factory needs a thorough debugging, and that's going to take some time. And especially the Twisty factory is screwed up. Now that we have Mark 6 belts, a lot of those problems can be fixed easily, right? Because a lot of them were bottleneck throughputs because I could only put 780 on a belt. So, we have some opportunities there for some quick fixes. I just haven't gotten around to doing it yet. Let's do So this is the floor that we finished. This is floor 5, and then we prepped floor 6. So kind of how this is working out is I'm able to do like an entire floor plus a little bit more every week. And so that little bit more, I'm either ending the stream early so I can, get some sleep or get back to editing, or we're doing like maybe some prep to make the next stream even easier, right? Those lifts you can see in the upper right of the screen, putting those into place and labeling them, right, to make everything smoother for future streams. So I'm kind of like compounding each week on this. Let me actually load your save and identify that factory's issues. Well, what you could maybe do, CubeWave, is if you want to chat with Korthal in the members section of the Discord, he's kind of doing a similar review of my save file. And so I don't know if you want to maybe coordinate, or maybe we could make like a running list, a to-do list of fixes between the two of you, right? Rather than just kind of like one-off giving me things during a live stream that I will surely forget. If you put them in the members chat, we don't use that chat for too much. I think some coordination there might be pretty cool. So I don't know, just a thought to be a little bit more strategic about some of this. But I like that idea. Like if you can find like, hey, this is definitely a problem, start with fixing like these 3 things on this factory. I can start there and then, knock the obvious stuff out, and then we can go from there. I am really looking forward, guys, to let's move around a little bit here, to doing some of the co-op speedrun stuff. I've been talking with Melkor, and he's excited as well. And I think it will really improve my Satisfactory knowledge and factory building knowledge and skills by being forced to think about things a little bit differently. And it'll kind of give me a more well-rounded, appreciation for the game. And it's a content like shift up a little bit, right? A little bit different. And let's be honest, right? My ego needs everything that we can give it. And I need to be able to say to myself, if not out loud, although I always do, that I am the best Satisfactory player. And aesthetics wise, right? I've got, I've made some strides there, but rounding out the speed, yeah. Also, I've made a change. I don't know if you guys can notice it, but I have made some changes to my computer and its ability to render things. So I don't know if you can really see that. Obviously those reflections are in. We made that change. I fixed that permanence. I don't know. I can see the difference on my screen, but it's always hard to tell how much of that makes it through to you guys. Never on. Sorry, Uber, I'm not following you. But yeah, no, this is good. And then, right, the big series, right, the replacement, the co-op streaming stuff, that is not a replacement for this series. That's just kind of that's like, think of that more of like a replacement for the Star Rupture content, right? Something that we do a little bit every week, but it isn't like the main focus of the channel. The replacement for this playthrough will be the Satisfactory Plus. Improvement or optimization as reduction of quality. Improvement or optimization as reduction of quality. Basically, I turned a setting on to my NVIDIA, the GeForce like settings that is doing some super sampling to help clean up some of the edges, right? Like the fuzziness on distant objects. I can see that it's clearer, right? Because there's oftentimes fuzziness. And so it super samples and then brings it back down. I have so much overhead on this water-cooled 5090, you guys, that I'm barely using it. So, you know, things are running slightly warmer, but it's doing more work. And I think I think it's cleaner. It'll help with screenshots as well. I'm also considering getting a 4K widescreen. Here, let me show you this. I've been doing a ton of research, and I know that we are just like getting started here today. That is not what I wanted. I wanted this. I'm thinking of getting, here, I have to be, I'll pull it up, to be careful for a second here. I don't want you guys to see my, there's some, sensitive information, you know, like where I live. I'm thinking of getting this one. I have to save up for it though. My computer budget, it has been spent. This is 45-inch OLED, 24 hertz. No, it's not this one. Here. I can't just show you the tab. There's a bunch of shit on there I don't want you to see. I did that once. Buried in a VOD. This one. It's a pretty aggressive curvature. And a pretty aggressive price. But this is about 4 months right now of streaming. So maybe like September. I pretty much just finished paying myself back for the last computer upgrade. But then if I've got a 4K monitor, I can do 4K screenshots and 4K thumbnails for YouTube, because YouTube is now allowing 4K thumbnails. So anyway, thinking about it. It's on the list. A G9 49-inch. Is that a the G9 isn't the G series TVs? You don't deserve to ping your phone if I'm not going to be on time. Well, you can turn off my notifications then. Just purchase. Yeah, weird. I loaded your save and it turned off all your signs. Oh no. Let's see. Let's catch up on YouTube. Hey guys, currently working a gig. Weather delay. Okay. It does look good. I like the setting that lets you see the signs from far away. I do too. That's a great setting. The place looks really sad and foggy with the signs off. No, it is a monitor. Okay. Yeah, because I got a G 7, I think. TV. I don't know. I can't remember off the top of my head. Anyway, all right, enough chit chat. What are we gonna work on today, guys? We're working on floor. Well, the chit chat never stops, right? You're in Australia? Yeah, okay. I got a 65-inch beast of a TV last year. I guess that was almost 2 years ago now. When I moved into the new house. I have a really awesome TV setup. All right, here's what we're working on. This and this floor, okay? Time crystals and trigons, that is today's task. And the subfloor. So first thing, and we've already prepped this, right? We're on the correct 1 meter foundations, where like you can see up here, this is the 2 meter foundation setup with the lights. So, you know, we're already prepped in that sense. And so I think first thing to do is look at what we need to build on this floor and determine the layout. So it's layout and making sure that all our machines fit, and then we can start to structure the and that includes, you know, where the pathways are, the different textures that we use for the floors, and then we can lay down the machines. We'll have to make sure that each machine, we make the blueprint version of each machine, meaning like, and I have some of them, right? Like, here's a constructor, right? It's got not just the building, but it has the hookup for the power in place, and it has the floor holes and the attachments in place. And then all I have to do is nudge it down. And then if we were to build it, right? It's already got the floor hole connected and the power line that we can access from underneath. Okay, so you know we have to make that and then put in all of those buildings, and it really speeds up the building of this and reduces the tediousness of having to do all those things for every building. You put it in the Discord, but it's kind of a big one. Do you mean like just the signs being off? I wonder why that happened. Why am I always 20 minutes late? I was like 4 minutes late, dude. I don't know what to tell you. My stream's been live for 21 minutes. It's 9:27. I was 6 minutes late. You're gonna have to get over it. All right. I schedule it for 9 o'clock. I do the best that I can. You've complained 3 times in 3 different places about me being late. I do the best that I can. My wife got home late. You want me to tell you? Let me tell you. Okay. My wife got home late and I was in the middle of something else. Okay. I wrapped that up working on the channel. Okay. And then I had a conversation with her that went a few minutes longer than I expected. Okay. I needed to, wash my face because I got up late because I was streaming. You want me to go through the whole thing? You want me to answer why I'm late? Why am I like, I'm doing the best I can here, bro. Okay. I mean, you care more about like when I'm on my live stream than like my boss does when I get to work. You asked 3 times. I let it go, but it's irritating me. I don't know what to tell you, dude. Man, it's so distracting. I will endeavor to not be late. Hey Jade, sorry. A little bit of bonus kin rage there for you guys. All right, let's put in this flooring that we usually do. It's sorry. I don't know, man. I let it go a bunch of times, but sorry. I got a little irritated there. All right. So this one was a little bit different. Usually, what do I usually do? I usually take this path directly from there. So let's start with that. I think the prior one that I had to do was forced because these were so big. So we'll lay out the initial start of it. Yeah, sorry. Oh, man. At least that kind of keeps a sort of schedule. And I also put it in my general chat in my Discord. You know, if I am late, that I'm still coming. Don't stress about it. You're not calling me out. Okay. On Twitch, you don't deserve to ping my phone if you aren't going to be on time. On YouTube, why are you always 20s of minutes late? On the Discord, hurry up and go live. These notes are too much. You are absolutely calling me my notifications out and calling me late in 3 different ways in 3 different locations. So don't go back later and say you're not calling me out and then put it on me and say, but if you want to air the laundry, let it fly. That doesn't work for me. Okay? Okay. The gaslighting doesn't work. Don't say you're not calling me out when that's what you're doing and I called you. Sorry. What you like the shiny floors in here? I do too. It is almost too much, but by the time we get the other stuff in, it kind of takes it down a notch, I think. I missed a few streams. I can't remember which floor you were building before, but man, I just love the aesthetics of the place so much. Sorry. Try not to rick you guys and burp in the middle of a sentence. I'm still drinking my Red Bull. The red, black, and white is really working. I agree. Hey, Villicine. Okay. Let's try to continue. What was I doing? Let's look at our to-do list. I'm sort of distracted. I'm trying to undistract myself. Hey, you know what? At least you guys get with me. Like, I'm not very good at hiding how I think about things or how I feel about things, for better or for worse. Some people, you know, it is what it is, right? That's a positive to some people. It's a negative to others. But usually my irritation is short-lived. I spelled crystals wrong. Okay. Here's what we have to do. We do have 13 constructors. The rest is converters. The red is such a change for me too. I wanted this factory to feel different. And the red, honestly, I was worried, and I still sort of in the back of my mind, I mean, it is starkly different. And for sure, like, the subfloors, this is a lot. Like, it is a lot, but it's kind of on purpose a lot, as a juxtaposition almost. Like, this is intense, right? But I mean, I was dubious about it too. I agree. And again, most part of this too I was tired of I love the purple and the teal, right? But I was a little bit like, not tired of it, but I was looking for something else. I mean, we had done the purple and the teal so heavily in these other factories that, and this Arasaka tower is supposed to feel different. You know, it's the capstone, it's tier 5, it's phase 5, like, so all those reasons together kind of felt like the right move to do something drastic to kind of change things up for me personally, so that I'm looking at something different than I have been for the prior 6 months, but also for the channel, you know, and it's bold for sure. And I don't know, I actually had one person say that it's the Empire aesthetic, and that is kind of right. Plus it's like Empire, Arasaka, and it's kind of a throwback to my prior playthrough. And we actually went and grabbed screenshots from the Update 8 playthrough, and a lot of this specific design, the white, the pavement foundation here, and then the shiny black in the middle with the lights and the railing, like a lot of this I originally did in the starter base of the Update 8 playthrough, which is really the first thing I ever built on YouTube. So we kind of have bookends here, the first thing and the last thing. One thing that I started to talk about, and I got distracted, was not just the co-op plans. And let me get some of this out of my head, share it with you guys. I want to know what you guys think. Cubewave, one question I ask, will every machine be used like any idle machine starved of resources is actually an issue and it's not designed right? You're talking about going through the factories in the city. Every machine in the city should be used. Some of them might back up. In theory, they shouldn't. I'm less concerned about something backing up and not being used, and a little bit more concerned. I would be more concerned if there's a machine that's not getting materials. If there's a machine not getting materials, it's probably a mistake. Okay? In theory, right? If we look at, this is just a global question. I still want to talk about that other thing. I've designed all this, right? If we use, let's use that steel one. I know that there's issues with this factory. It's probably the factory that I have the most issues with. Oh my gosh, super gassy. And it's because of the wire throughputs here. These are just really large numbers. And again, I had to do some logistics finagling to do this right. And I think upgrading to Mark V belts is going to solve like 90% of the issues in key places, right? Upgrading them in key places. But for sorry, but for instance, all of these, I didn't build a machine that shouldn't be on all the time. Right? Now, how crazy do we want to get with making sure they're all turned on? Okay, there's a sliding scale there, right? There's an asymptotal relationship between reality and perfection. Will we achieve pure perfection? Perhaps not. But like in theory, everything should be on. Right? I didn't build more capacity, right? This is the blueprint. you know, and if all the steel beams are on, we should be getting this. Like, and I know that the stators are screwed. Like we're getting like no stators out of that factory. Like this setup and how many stators are being sent to the motors. And I think that like wire is getting to the stators last, right? It's going to the rotors first and it's getting to the stators last or something like that. Maybe the iron pipe is getting to the stators last and it's making it so that like some of these stators are broken. I know that that's not working over in that factory, but I think it's a wire flow problem first and foremost, and then a steel pipe problem after that. And I think if we fix those flow problems, most of this goes away. But that's a specific answer to your general question. Okay, so let me tell you what I'm thinking. I want you guys to think about this. Would you enjoy watching this? Number one, a personal question. And then do you think that this would do well, or do you think I would do well on YouTube with this concept? But I'm thinking, here, let's open up the file. We work on, this is the ideas for Satisfactory Plus playthrough. This is for 1.2 and Satisfactory Plus. We're kicking around some ideas. What do we do? What do we do for difficulty settings, guys? Hardest possible satisfactory game. All difficulties cranked to the maximum, including, I was thinking of doing all pure nodes and random, but all impure, including the power, but in Satisfactory Plus. Okay, 100 times space elevator parts, everything as hard as possible. I know. Increased power, I know. Well, I was all impure nodes. Plus plus Satisfactory Plus. Well, I'm thinking, no. Not only each difficulty being the hardest setting, but all the settings being the hardest setting. And being played in Satisfactory Plus. I know. There are people right now playing through regular Satisfactory hardest possible. There's people already doing that. And they're having success. Okay. One of the strategies is underclocking all the machines to like 2% to get around the power. Another guy is training doggos and getting the majority of his materials from doggos. I would not do that. Make sure it's even possible all impure. I don't know. How do I make sure? Right? I might not be able to finish it. Right? I might have to do the run, and it may literally be impossible. But like, I'd like to see, you know. Yeah, the doggo system. Yeah, they locked up. I can't remember his name. I've raided him a couple times. It's two buddies working together. They've locked up a bunch of doggos, and then every like 15 minutes they go by and collect them all, and it's free. It's free, right? Because it's not power, and that's how they're progressing. Circo, I see your first time chat. I will answer that when I finish this sort of little brainstorming discussion. Yeah, it'll take a while, but guys, I mean, look, here's my thinking. Okay, let's be real. Okay, look at what I've built. This is pretty hard mode, okay? This is self-imposed hard mode. But this isn't really factory built. The factories themselves are easy to me, and they're almost, dare I say, boring. What makes them interesting isn't the logistics. It isn't the difficulty of the factory. It isn't the difficulty of the planning. It's the difficulty of the cosmetics, of making it look nice. And I've done that. I believe that I have reached maximum. Now, we can always get better, but like from an effort to reward ratio, I believe that I have reached maximum aesthetic or nearly maximum aesthetic like tier for myself. Okay, but like I want to push myself in other ways. Beating Satisfactory vanilla is too easy for me. That's why I want to do the co-op speedruns, right? I want to beat Satisfactory regularly in like 12 hours or less, like speedrunning, right? So what will it take to do something that's actually hard for me? And what is something that nobody else would even think about doing because it's too stupid? I'm thinking all hard mode Satisfactory plus. Hard, and then I could frame it, right? I could like pitch it as the hardest possible way to play Satisfactory. I'm thinking about it. I haven't committed to this. I'm thinking about it. And I know Satisfactory Plus is very, very difficult. You naturally get more out of nodes in Satisfactory Plus, but extra power is crazy with the power options. I wouldn't do extra power requirements. Game will go too slow. Content needs a bunch of speed. It's a good point. It's a good point. It means I need to build more machines because what I would do is I would underclock them, right? Because you've got this underclocking mechanic, right? I mean, you guys are probably all aware of it, but let's take Blender is a lot of power, so it's a good example, but it's not cyclical like some of the other big boys. All right, so let's say we're making cooling systems, okay? So 75 watts. All right, but when I underclock it, it doesn't tell me the power. I wish it told me the power live. What happens to power out usage in Satisfactory on a machine when you underclock it by 50%? Use Blender as an example. Okay, it drops non-linearly to exactly 40% of its base power. So, okay, at 100% clock speed, Blender uses 75 melon wiggles and produces 100% of the recipe output. At 50%, when Blender uses 30 and produces 50%, so it's non-linear, right? And so if I built 10 times the amount of blenders, but underclocked them to 10%, okay, we could drastically reduce the power needed. And it would be difficult, right? It would be difficult, but I don't know. I'm thinking about it. All right, CubeWave. Hey, if you want to write all that stuff up and put it somewhere in the members text permanently, that's good. I'm not going to be able to really follow it or pay attention to it or think about it during the live stream. It's valuable stuff. I just can't think about it right now. Can I complete it? Right. Good point. Let's make that note. How blind are you to Sat Plus now, or even when you plan to start? How blind? I've done some research. I've watched some videos. I haven't played it, but I have a pretty good idea of mostly it's logistical issues. The biggest things are the fact that building everything requires multiple resources, more, and byproducts. And there's just so many more resources. There's like 10 times the amount of items. Hey, historian, how's it going? So anyway, those are my thoughts. You guys can still share your thoughts. Okay, Ciroc Obama. Took me a second. Got it. Ciroc Obama. I just started playing this game, got like 60 hours and just hit coal power, having so much fun. How does one actually beat this game? The space elevator. Unlock the tiers, the space elevator. Okay, get to the point where you can get the not the hover pack. Very useful. Okay, it's very difficult for me to play this game without the hover pack. But keep sending up space elevator parts. Play the game how you want. I suggest making, larger scale factories. Don't do what I'm doing. I'm doing a cosmetics focused build. Learn the game, take your time. Anybody with less than 1,000 hours, I consider to be new to the game. Okay, so you are new is an understatement for you. Okay. When you get to 1,200 hours, we'll call you intermediate. Okay, that's where you're at. 200. That's what is that? 200 times more than you've played. We'll call you intermediate. Okay, that's the scale of the game. That's the scale of the learning ahead of you. Enjoy it. Don't rush. Have fun. Side note, don't sleep on the alien tech. Go get the alien tech. Research it. Figure out how to use it. Nobody's ever said to me, I wished that I didn't research that alien tech soon enough. And so many people have said, I wished I did it sooner. Okay. And then my general rule for Satisfactory, I tell all new players this: if you don't like something, delete it. The game is called Satisfactory. You need to be satisfied with what you're building. You'll never be 100% satisfied because our ambitions always outstrip our abilities. But if you're looking at something and going, oh man, that's really ugly, I should change it, then just stop what you're doing and go change it. and until it is at a base level of you're okay with how it looks, because there's no penalty for deleting, and there's no penalty for taking longer. So enjoy your game. So that's what I would say. Okay. Anyway, that's just some thoughts. I'm happy to continue that conversation on Discord if anybody has more thoughts. But yeah, I'm thinking about doing the hardest and Jake's no stealing my content ideas, bro. I see you hanging around. I'm just kidding, by the way. But you know, if you do it, I get credit. All right, let's actually do some building. We're like 50 minutes in and we've just been chatting, but that's okay. We all know this is a podcast where I pretend to play Satisfactory. Yeah, Jake's is here. Hey, the bot's running. One Direction. Okay. So 13, 9, and let's call it 22. The 13 constructors, I don't know if we can fit them here. We could definitely fit the 13 constructors here. I think the hardest plus mode is a lot, but it'd be interesting to watch for sure. How about viewer sabotage that occurs once in a while? That would make fun content. Must delete this resource, force powered storage. I have viewer sabotage enough already by people making comments that distract me. Plus, I have viewers that have no self-control. Yes, let's give somebody who's named themselves Uber Troll the ability to sabotage. I like where you're going with this, but I foresee some real world complications of allowing my audience the ability to have direct influence over my game. Yeah, there's enough chaos. And you know, and by the way, I am having, you know, the co-op that I'm playing with Melkor. That is there will be plenty of, why is this deleted? Your brain says it would make really funny shorts. The shorts content that I do isn't that kind of content. I've tried to do funny shorts, but let's go down to another floor and see if we think there's any way to fit 13 constructors on it in a way that looks good. My shorts, Melkor was right. Melkor was not right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I fit 8 foundries here. Could we have done 13 constructors? My gut is telling me yes. The shorts that do well for me are ones that show off my build. What do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's only 7. How did we fit those foundries in? Again, we have viewer sabotage enough. The sound alerts notwithstanding. Guess these are about the same, huh? In my mind, I was thinking that foundries were a little fatter than constructors. 8. I don't want this space to go wasted. So we have to put something. And if we can't put a constructor, then we have to put a converter. That like doesn't even fit. It's fatty. You didn't mean to cut me off. You're fine. You're fine. Agreed. Plus, he's a perfect straight man to see fall apart from viewers breaking him. Well, that's why honestly, that's why the Melkor, that's why working with my brother works, because I do play the straight man, right? Yeah, you thought the hitboxes were wider? I mean, I think they are very slightly wider. I mean, they are, right? Like the feet, you can see the feet there are pointed in a little bit more. But by the time you factor in the arms, it's basically a wash, bro. Like, and I wouldn't want to squeeze them any tighter. I'd have to bring everything forward one foundation so that I could take them out to here, which we could do. Hold on, I need to fix something. I'm still here. I'm just turning off my camera for a second. So I don't know, maybe we move the yeah, aesthetically they look wider. The arms, I mean, they're just fatter. We could move the path out one foundation like we did, I think, on the other floor. Okay, sorry, we're back. Technical difficulty. Let's go look. Well, apparently I'm cut off. So this was actually moved out 2 foundations. Okay. So our typical was putting this center pathway here. But I moved it out to there in this one. What if we just move it 1 and it gives us the extra runway? Let's try that, actually. I'm interested in doing that. In terms of here, to answer the question, if we put the actual box, right, the actual hitbox is wider for sure, right? You can see it's 2 meters wider, but I can also tell you that there's extra space on the machine and the edge of the hitbox on both sides, and that shit adds up. Whereas the constructor actually pokes out past its hitbox if you count the arm. So when it comes down to it, the actual I would actually call them even. Like, for all intents and purposes, they're the same. The burp, yeah, the burp was gross. I didn't like the burp. The sound alert. So it would fit and not clip, but would look like clipping. Maybe. Man. I'm already out of iced tea, guys. This is an emergency. Catastrophe. All right, if we move this out, puts the asphalt here. I've already made a constructor blueprint. Let's not do the blueprints. Let's throw down quickies for... This is with 4 meters between. Nine, 10. We need 13. I think I'm going to make this work. If I have to do a little bit of overclocking, it'll be minor. And this is, I think, an appropriate use of that tool. Can we get another one out of here that looks okay? Maybe a half. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then we do 6 of them overclocked by to 150%. That gives us 13. I think that's a winner. I think this works. I know. That's okay. A magical fairy came and brought me fresh iced tea. A magical fairy's using a different combination of tea. Have trucks been reliable since the new system? Sal, I have not tested it personally, but I have found trucks to be reliable in the old system, and as far as I can tell from feedback, the new system only improves it. I haven't heard of people having too many issues with the new trucks. We go. That locks in the height, and we know I want four nudgies. Yeah, this is a nice solution. got off here. All right, perfect. All right, 22. No, 9 plus 22. Converters. You could easily go to 10 if we had to. I think we break it into 3 chunks. Let's look for ideas. This is a 4 chunker. 1, 2, 1. Well, no, it's a 5 chunky. 4 on the outside, 1 in the middle. Let's see what this would look like. Not sure where that break goes. Can't wait for floor 6 to be done. Well, I just started it, so you're gonna have to wait. All right, so I think this fits nicely. This feels good. I don't know if I answered. Time crystals and trigons are being made here. Okay, so that's pretty solid looking. Need 4 white. What did we do downstairs? Okay, I did a full foundation on the side. It could work. in. There. Let's fill out the back of this. There's 8. What did we need? I think we needed 9. Yeah, so easy, right? We just pull one up to an extra 66.7. Just curious, how's my power grid? One sec. My eyes are really bothering me. Just bad eye allergies. I do have some eye drops I might use if I need to. Let's take a look. So remember, we have a bunch of factories turned off. All of our starter factories are turned off, and there's some other places that aren't running. You know, so our max consumption and our production are pretty close, but our actual consumption is far lower. We also have that temporary phase 5 factory that's basically all turned off. The power plant on the Gold Coast is turned off. All the starter factories. So that's about 1/3 is actually running right now. It does seem low. What am I not thinking of? I mean, I guess the Fixmas factory, it's off as well. A lot of that is never going to be turned on all at once. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so I think we're good there with overclocking. Did that answer your question? All right, I'm gonna put these stupid eye drops in, and nobody wants to see that, so just give me a freaking second. I'm a mess tonight, guys. Again, I'm still here. It did. I was curious since you added those 2 towers, the 4 towers. Yeah. What is this? Pad a day. Once daily. man. I'll turn the camera back on in a sec. Just trying to get a feel for what a grid would look like. Oh my gosh, we're out of Sam Fluctuator. Hardly know her. All right, we have an extra 2 foundations to work with. All right, let's see if that's better. Yeah, camera. I was just blinking away my bull crap. So we have an extra 2 foundations, 16 meters to work with, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces. So that would be increasing each one by 4. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 3 is only 15. We need 22. We get to 18 if we can find a way to fit this in. One more foundation. How do we find that foundation? I can deal with 18. We could overclock. I know. 22. I mean, it would be, 21, right? If I could go 7, we go 7 times 3. I mean, that's the obvious choice. I'm going to have a hard time fitting 6 in because I do like having this full foundation in there. And I don't want to run this path right up against the wall. That would buy us an extra foundation, but I don't want to do that. It's really close. Have a partial here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's do this. Meters, 7. I think that works. I'm hiding it a little bit, right? It's not exactly a full foundation. It's 7 except for everywhere except for the middle, which is actually 6. All right, let's just double check. This should be 7. It is 7 and 7. Okay, this is our grid. Hey, Minikin. And then we will replace with our blueprint we have to make. All right, these are our machines. I think this is going to look sick. A little bit of overclocking, nothing too terrible. 18 to 22 kind of sucks. But there was a lot to fit on this floor. Do we have a blueprint for these? We do. Is it built and ready to rock and roll? Yeah, I think it looks nice. And again, we have power overhead of plenty, right? So I'm not worried about that. It's more of a principle thing about, you know, making sure to not to use overclocking appropriately. And I think this is a perfect example of using that for me. Minikin, how was your driving with your mom today? Was that the first time that you drove with anybody but me and your instructor? I think so. I was, to be frank, I was sleeping because of my staying out too late on last night's stream. Good day all. Hope you managed to get some sleep. I was just talking about that. I did. Let's see. How much sleep did I get? I probably went to bed at 7:30-ish to maybe 8, and I slept till 3:30. So 7 hours, I think, which isn't bad. Worm King, hello. We're 7 notches everywhere except for the middle. Which is this next one. So that means this one is 3 notches over. I made some massive strides in all of these little oddball things I picked up from you the other day. Kudos. Oh, okay. Yeah. You got some examples. Minikin, everything was actually really great until I was pulling into our street and I went out too much to try and not hit the curb like I did last time, but I didn't hit anything or get honked at, so good. Yes. Obviously, you know, the bar for a good driving session is no accidents, no hitting anything, no killing anybody, but also not getting honked at. So that's good. Minikin has a tendency to, we're doing live critiquing of her driving, and as a teenager, I'm sure she appreciates that. But she has a tendency to, she hasn't gotten enough practice yet to make a small adjustment when driving over time. And so it tends to be a lot of this, you know, to even up in the lane, and then over corrections and stuff. And so what's helping is her looking further down the road and making slight adjustments. So Minikin is just learning how to drive. And I, for context, every job I've ever had except for literally my current one. Although even for most of that, I had to drive a lot to get there. But every job I've ever had, with that one exception, has required a lot of driving, a lot. I used to work for my father in a mobile locksmith business. So I would drive out to the customers. And so, you'd be out all day driving. I know my city very, very well. And this was long before even the dashboard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right? GPS systems. We had a Thomas guide map. We had map books, and we would look up the streets and try to find the addresses of the clients and stuff. Where something's wrong. This first one's wrong. And then I also had a motorcycle when I was in college. And so I learned how to drive like super defensively. And I drove for Lyft. And my mother has really, really bad car sickness, right? And so I had to learn how to drive in a way that made it so that she didn't get sick. So Minikin's learning all of those things. Lots of chat. Let's finish up YouTube, and then Twitch has answered my question. Project, I don't recognize your name. Welcome. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've watched some of your vids. Great to see you live. Awesome content. Thank you. Well, let me know if you have any questions or anything. Now's the time. If I can ask, I'm working on trying to strategize on growing my channel better. Did you find my channel through a short or some other way? And then I assume YouTube suggested to you that I was live? Probably because you were watching the other content. This is a year I have to learn how to drive finally at the ripe young age of 35. Not looking forward to somehow finding driving lessons as an adult. So is it like where you live? Are you in the United States? Are you in like New York or San Francisco where you don't have to drive a lot? I'm just curious if you don't mind sharing. That one's good. Let's just delete these. At least it will be easier than getting it before 18 because you won't have to do a learner's permit. Yes, there are some advantages that learning as an adult gets you over learning as somebody under 18. The disadvantage, of course, is that you have to go many more years without a license. Damn fool kids. I'd have got away with it too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, let's catch up on Worm King TV's chats on Twitch. Republic of Pixels, it's like landing a plane. A good landing is one that you can walk away from. A great landing leaves the plane intact. Right. Let's see. Infinite height lifts has been a huge help, especially with my playthrough being a floating platform above max train height. Previously, it was a slow rigorous process of staggered lifts to the sky and various platforms to land on to get the place. Now I can just send the whole way up and one go be done with it. Good. I'm glad that was helpful. User-induced oscillations. Yeah, that's what we'll call it. User-induced oscillations. You declogged your central storage oh yeah, we talked about that too. We declogged basically Worm King TV. What was that, Wednesday? We went through like a bunch of different things that to help your Satisfactory playthrough. You had some questions. You saw me doing some things that you hadn't known were possible, and we kind of talked about it. Various things. You declogged your central storage system by removing the large stack items and isolating some of those to their own feed instead of one single sushi belt, and a ton of other little things in between. Did that work? Like moving your, it's probably going to be like your quick wire, your wire, and your concrete, right? If you could just move those out, then and maybe just a couple more, the rest probably not too bad. But I'm glad that helped. Oh, and not trying to hit 100% efficiency and breaking my brain on train throughput has changed everything. Well, you have to find, and you know this, right? There, 100% efficiency. What does that mean, right? That's different for everybody, right? My goal, how I consider 100% efficiency, is every machine that I've built in a factory is working at all times. But I do not consider a factory having access to more resource than it needs to be an inefficiency. Okay? So, or that like the miners sometimes shut down because you're not quite using all of the materials that they're mining, right? I don't consider that to be an inefficiency. We're all at liberty to play Satisfactory how we see fit. But going for like perfect flatline power usage, which would include miners, would be extremely difficult for somebody in their first playthrough or with under 1,000 hours. And frankly, it's impossible because of later machines that have variable power consumption. So, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Don't get rid of all of the self-imposed challenges that you have for yourself, because I think the right self-imposed challenges can make the game feel very, very fun and challenging, but the wrong ones can leave you feeling frustrated and unable to complete the game, which is not what we want. So, yeah, I'm glad that you have refined your, I'm saying refine what you consider to be, your challenge items, but don't throw them all out, right? Keep some ones for yourself. Keep the ones that still feel good. Keep the ones that your OCD won't let you get rid of. For instance, a lot of people, they never ever clip belts. And as long as belts aren't clipping with each other, then they're happy. A lot of people have to have perfectly straight belts regardless of whether or not they're clipping, right? And those are the various definitions of spaghetti. So that's good. I'm glad you refined it and thought it's helpful. Let's see. And also your time is a lot more valuable as you're older than if you learn as a teen. That's true. I think that's true for driving. I will say though, Minikin is the oldest in the family, and there are a lot of things that, because if she can go and run an errand for her mother or for me, that saves us a crap ton of time, right? And so there's like this compounding, right? It's not just as if you know, her time is less valuable now as you know, a soon to be 16-year-old. Her ability and compounding to, you know, the whole situation is increased when she can drive. And frankly, I think it's important because you never know when you may find yourself in a position where, you know, you not only have to drive, but maybe have to drive something that you're not used to, right? And so learning good fundamentals will save you in that situation. I had an example where I was helping out a church member move, right? It's like an older guy who had a disability, and he had packed everything, right? But the church showed up to help him on like actual moving day, moving the boxes, loading them up. Well, I think there was like, I was in college at the time. I think it was like late college ish. And, you know, and I was part of that, you know, like that age of a group, right? I wouldn't call it a youth group, but you know, college age. It's basically a bunch of people getting together to meet each other so that they can get married. Like, let's call it as it is, right? That's basically what it was. And so anyway, this group was like, yeah, okay, we'll go help you move. You know, a bunch of college, you know, people that, you know, need something to do. And so the guy that ran the group, he ordered the U-Haul and all the stuff, and we're loading it up. And then he's like, hey, I actually have to go. I can't stay here. Kin, obviously my name's not Kin in real life, but he's like, I put you on the, and I barely knew this guy, right? I put you on the U-Haul rental, so you're driving this thing. And I'm like, what? So I had to drive a big old U-Haul, which isn't that big of a deal. But like, if you're not used to driving big trucks, like, you know, so you never know when you may find yourself in a position where you have to drive, where it's important to drive, or I was always the guy when we had to go down to San Francisco or something, you know, I drove it because driving in San Francisco is difficult. Even downtown Sacramento is not exactly easy, you know? So I think having those skills, especially as the oldest in the family, is important to be able to step up when situations like that happen. Let's see. Concrete screws, wire, quick wire, basically anything that stacks to 500 as massive inflow. I agree. The 100% efficiency at the resource node was a huge hang up. Yeah. Well, and like I said, you could do a workaround if you really felt like you needed to. You could always do an overflow into a directly at and you could build it. In fact, you know, it would be really interesting. I hope I don't break your brain any more than it already is. But what if you built yourself, I don't know what blueprint you have, but what if you built yourself a building that went over the top of each of your resource nodes? You're up to Mark 3? Okay. Yeah, definitely Mark 3. Or even Mark 2, not Mark 1. Let's say Mark 3. Won't let me build it in here. The concept's the same. It hits the ceiling. Concept's the same. But what if you like built something like that had foundations, okay? Maybe, and then it was enclosed, and as part of your blueprint, right? It had, you know, a smart splitter, you know, like this, right? And then it was like an enclosed building that you designed, and you placed it over the node, and then you went back through and you placed your miner, right? You know, like in here somewhere. And then you kind of had a pre-cooked like mining hut that had baked into it. I'm using a lot of cooking references. Sorry, I'm a fat guy. An awesome sink that automatically sort of sunk whatever you're not able to export. I did this in my update 8 save with trucks. I made little garages, and then I used the trucks to transport it. So I don't know, just a thought. And then that might help you if you need any additional help on your hang up on not perfect efficiency on your miner. Let's see. Let's switch back over to YouTube here. I'm in a suburb of Boston, and we have a thorough transit system. It gets through the city relatively easy, so you can get where you need to. Well, right. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm getting a lot of I'm getting a lot of Satisfactory Reels since I started playing last month. I was just scrolling YouTube, saw you were streaming, so I thought I'd play a bit of Satisfactory and watch the stream. When you say Reels, do you mean YouTube Shorts, or do you mean like, isn't Reels Instagram? Do you mean a general just short and you use the term Reels, or do you mean that you were watching them on Instagram? I'm always curious if I should be uploading my shorts. I know the answer is yes. I just really haven't had an opportunity to do so. I don't know, maybe Minikin, you could help me. I have a huge store of the original YouTube short videos. I need somebody to just manage TikTok and maybe, I don't know, maybe YouTube Reels. Is there, or Instagram Reels? Maybe I need an Instagram channel. And is there a lot of Satisfactory Reels, or did you mean YouTube Shorts? Jade, I did driver's ed when I was like 21, 22, but never did the driving hours, and just never through with getting a license. That's your worst nightmare? Were you talking about getting stuck and having to like drive a truck? I think that's when you said that. You literally have a miner's hut blueprint. You used it 5 minutes ago. Yeah. Well, and it's tricky sometimes, but you typically can get the miner to build through a pre-built foundation and to snap into place. My bad. You meant Reels. You mean shorts? Okay. So you weren't. It's okay, and that's why I was asking for clarification, right? Because I don't want to like do all the work of moving my YouTube shorts over to another platform if I don't think that there's value in it. But like if I had you or maybe somebody else like saying things like, oh yeah, there's a strong Satisfactory Reels community on Instagram, well, I'd look into it. But yeah, no worries. The U-Haul would be your worst nightmare. Yeah. Well, Minikin's learning how to drive. We have a Honda. What's the minivan? An Accord? No. Anyway, it's a minivan. It's a fatty minivan. Got 5 kids, right? So she's up taller and is driving a bigger vehicle than, you know, like a small sedan or something, like a little 4-door. You're tripping right now? You're fine, dude. That's why I was just asking for clarification. Okay. For me personally, I find, wait. I have a bad habit of sync overflows at the output and of the trains and things. Perhaps I shifted to the node instead. I like the node because then your system has as much as it needs and no more. And then if you shifted to the node, like if I was going to worry about it, right, I would kill it there. Don't forget, we talked about doing load balancing at trains. As long as the cars share the same material, and that may help you in other areas. For me personally, I find most of the Twitch streamers I watch through TikTok. I have no idea what the conversion rate is generally, but may be useful for you gathering information and feedback. I did find you directly through Twitch, though. I think there are tools to automate Twitch, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok uploads, though, but uploads are a small percent of the battle for engagement. Well, the thing is that I feel like it's a waste, right? Like I've already gone through the work of making the YouTube shorts. I have it, and I actually started a TikTok channel for construction, and I uploaded one video, and then I just haven't done it. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe this summer Minikin can help me with that. I did a little tiny bit of load balancing also. I forgot about that. That was the first thing you did. Okay, yeah. And a little bit will go a long way to help make sure that your flow of items is efficient. And when I say load balancing, there are two different meanings for load balancing and Satisfactory. I don't mean load balancing as opposed to, I'm saying this in general, not to you, Worm King. Obviously, you know, because you did it. But I'm saying load balancing as opposed to, not as opposed to manifolding, but as you know, balancing the loads of train inputs and outputs. That's what I'm referring to. Heavy corner light, maybe? 'Definitely have to break up the center. Uh, 16. What are the two middle tiles? That's going to be 8 and 9. I think it's right here. So look in the middle. Right, so this should be 7 and 7. Yep. Yep. Perhaps I'll break your brain a tiny bit tonight as far as fluids go. I don't want to derail you too much from what you're doing, though. I hate being the one to cause a derailment. Train pun intended. How many train collisions have you had in your save? Depends on if you talk about these if you count these conversations as derailments. We could do a quick crash course, no additional pun intended, on not trains. That would have been better though. On fluids. Kind of a quick do's and don'ts at least. I find that if I stick to a handful of rules, I wrote them down at one point. Do I have them still written down somewhere? I found if I stick to a handful of rules, 90% of my fluid problems go away. And the rest are usually a result of some sort of mechanical mistake, like there's a hiding Mark 1 where I think it's a Mark 2, or a pipe is literally bugged and has to just be deleted and rebuilt. Most from a design perspective, if I follow a handful of rules, then I tend to do okay. And by the way, just in general, I don't want anybody to feel like they can't ask me questions. I'm in control of what I talk about. If I really can't stop what I'm doing, then I'll table it, or I'll try to answer your question later, and we can chat about it. But you can always bring it up to me like, hey, I've got a question, when you're available or something. Don't feel like you shouldn't ask me questions, because I follow the philosophy that if one person's asking a question, I can answer that to everybody, and I guarantee you other people have that question and needed it answered, whether or not they know it or not. Right? It's kind of like when you get a piece of feedback, like from a business, and you get a rating. Well, that rating, that 5-star rating, represents 10 people that didn't actually take the time to rate you, right? I kind of consider that the same thing with questions. I put in here somewhere, overall plan maybe. Oh, this was, okay. This was notes on a conversation about what's better, belts, trains, drones, or trucks. I did pros and cons on them so that you could figure out when or when not to use each of them. Oh, here it is. Kin's rules for perfect liquids. All right. Pump to a high point in a fluid buffer. No pumps after buffer. We're doing a little mini thing here. I consider my streams to be pretty chill, so I'm always fine for breaking them up a little bit, especially if it's useful, right? So when I say high point, all right, let's take our machine. Okay, here's the machine. And then let's say that the water pump is down here. Okay, what I do is I don't take the water and go like this, or like this with the pipe, right? And then, put a pump, here or here. I don't do either of those two things. What I do is I build a buffer. Okay, and this can be either at the source of the pumping, but more often it is closer to your factory. And you pump up, right, with your pumps here. And then you let the water fall down. Okay, and this is like a gravity feed. All right, this is very similar to how water towers actually work in real life, right? You've got a water tower. It's at a high point, the water is. It has the stored potential energy. And then gravity is assisting your pumping, is doing the pumping action for you, and it is the water pressure that's in your pipes, okay? This method, rather than coming up and into a machine, is much, much, much better. And in fact, what you can do actually is you actually can go down and then come up, and you do not need a pump right here, okay? Because your head is established here, your high point. And so the pressure will push down like this and push all the way back up to at least your last high point. And that way you're sure to get the water to where you need. That is your pump to a high point. No pumps after. Drop down into machines from a high point. I still consider this dropping down, but if that's probably safer. But I don't, honestly, I think either of them are fine. The next one, do not use the snapping point for pumps. So if you have a water line like this, all right, I'm just going to go through these and then I'll look at your questions. And here's your first pump. When you go to build the second pump, it'll give you like this line where it's estimating your head lift is based on this pump. Don't snap to it. Build the next pump underneath the high point. Do not snap to it. Okay, because what happens is if you snap to it, the actual like high point is kind of like partially within the pump. It's like 1 meter too low or something, and it causes intermittent problems. But if you build the pump underneath the snap line, like a good 2 or 3 meters, where the snap line is higher than the end of the pump, then you're safe. Don't snap to. Do not use the recommended snapping point for pumps. Attach pumps several meters below a head lift indicator. Do not use floor holes, wall holes, or valves. There are, in your initial draft of design, I would not use these things. Can you use them and be fine? Yes. Are there people that will watch this VOD and go, I use them all the time and I don't have any problems? Yes. I have found there to be issues. I like to, and I figure in the back of my mind, if I'm using a floor hole or a wall hole or a valve, then in the back of my mind, I think, what if the valve is the problem? Because I've had problems with valves in the past. And then that just hangs up my troubleshooting process. So I just get ahead of it and just don't put them in. And I don't have to worry if the valve is the problem. I think valves particularly have an issue when I think the valves work okay when the water pipe is full, not necessarily with 600 flow, but when it's full. But I don't know, man. If you do need to lock a direction, right? Constricting flow doesn't work. I wouldn't do it. I would not constrict flow. Like, oh, I only want 50 instead of 300 to go through this pipe. I would not do that. Now, if you need to lock a direction in, right? Because let's say you have your pipe and you only want it to flow in one way, and you're like, oh, I want to use a valve for that. I would instead use an unpowered pump. Okay? And an unpowered pump will act like a valve, and it should not reset your head lift, I believe. So if you really need a one-directional gate for a pipe, try an unpowered pump. Yeah, wall hole. I said a wall hole, not a wall whore. That was a mistake. That was an accident. Pipeline wall hole. I would not use this. I would not use this. And I would not use a valve. Instead, that's my don't use. Instead, I would use an unpowered pump, just to mark one's fine. I would use a pipeline support that I have merged into the wall, just like this. You can do, yeah, you can use this one. Oops. Oh, it doesn't want to float. You can use this one too. And then I would use this one for a floor hole. But keep in mind, it needs to be set on a wall. It is a wall support. If you put it directly on a foundation, it'll be messed up. See how it doesn't, like, vertically it's different, and then also horizontally it's different. See how this one sticks out further? So if you're going to use a pipeline wall support, make sure you attach it to a wall, not the edge of a foundation. Mikey, you came in at an interesting time. So what about wall whores? Nothing. Not talking about wall whores. Okay. You remember that stream, the transportation methods? Nice. Supposedly they have fixed fluids 1.2. I've yet to see myself. I am about to get into coal power, so we'll see. I think the we fixed fluids was a joke. I think all they did was add fluid trucks. I don't think any fluid mechanics, as far as I know, got touched. Okay, and then, okay, Worm King, questions. We're struggling on a throughput of 1100 plus, needing to be split from 10 blenders, going into 33 refineries, producing 2 different parts, plastic rubber. One series of the refineries needs 337.5 fuel. The remainder needs 675. How does one manage that sort of flow balancing when we don't have the same tools available as conveyors and max throughput of 600 for a section of pipe? I'll tell you. I saved a screenshot of the rules for perfect fluids. I can't tell you how many times I struggle with all of these things. I think I may be dealing with that exact issue with the pump snap points right now. I gotta load my save up tomorrow and check that out. Okay, here's how I would deal with your question about trying to get a lot of more than 600 of fuel into your fuel generators. Okay. Moving fuel into fuel generators is a whole ass thing. You're not talking about generators though, you're talking about machines. I think the concept still applies. So my first thing that I would do is, you say that a series of refineries needs 675. All right. What I would do is, you've got your refineries, right? And let's say I'm going to make up some numbers here. Okay. Let's say they use, perfect. Let's say 8 refineries. And you said you're using 675. Okay, all of them are at 75. All of them need 75. There's 8 of these and 1 of these. I would design my machines so that I use up exactly 600. So you feed this pipe in. 8 times 75 is 600. Then you just have this guy to deal with. Now, obviously, it's not like that. I think those blenders actually might be 37 and a half. Are you talking about the, dude, if I get this right, off the top of my head, I think it's half of 75. Oh, that's the one that makes it. What are you doing? You're doing rocket fuel? Okay, it's using up 100. If you're doing rocket fuel, it's using up 100. One of these recipes, I swear, uses half of 75, but maybe it isn't this one. Sure, you can share that. I might not look at it, but the point is this: design your machine groupings in a way that makes it easier for you to use up a full 600. Then you just drop that pipe in and you know that you're fine. And then you take that remaining 75 and you add it to your 337.5, and then that's less than 600, so the remaining fuel can all go in there. So that's one method. Okay, another method that you can do is, let's say you have your 675 group, and then let's say you have your other group. Okay, like this is your 675 group that requires 675 fuel, and this is your 337.5 group. What you can do is you can make one long ass pipe. You can dump 600 into this end, and you can dump 337.5 into this end. Okay, this fluid will go as far as it can. This fluid will go as far as it can. Okay. And then also what you can do is you can make this a loop. Let me make it better. You can actually make this a loop. Right? Now the line represents the full pipe. And the other one, the box represented the pipe, but make this a loop and drop in your stuff here. And so then the fuel can travel in the loop in any direction that it needs to be absorbed by this stuff. I've done both. I've done both methods. It's the entire process of making turbo motors. You had no idea it worked that way. I assume the entire pipe functioned as a singular flat 600 as a belt would. Oh no, fluid dynamics are a whole thing in Satisfactory. It's a whole ass thing. It's not like a belt at all. They say it's like, oh, it's like fluids in real life. It isn't. I know what they're getting at. Yeah, I would do a loop and drop it in, or I would group my factories in groups of 600 and then leftover. And then you fill that pipe with 600. That one's good, and the leftover is the leftover. I would do either of those two solutions. RoboSys, I don't know if I said hello, but cheers to you too. All right, I appreciate the little side quest that we had there of answering that question. By the way, because I know somebody's gonna want to know, because I flashed it on the screen. That is not what I wanted. I want this. Let's just very, very, very quickly. Okay. Belts, pros, cons. What method of moving things should you use? By the way, this is a little bit different now with 1.2, but for the most part, it's the same. They're easy, cheap to build, but they're easy to understand. They move a medium amount of items. It doesn't take fuel or power. It has a very low space requirement. It's easy to make consistent, and it's good over a medium amount of distance. Cons, they're not versatile and they're not scalable. Trains, you can move a massive amount of material. You can move a lot more on trains than you probably think. The maximum amount that I have moved on one set of 2 rails, right there and back, never do push-pull trains. Okay, the train travels there and it travels back. I have moved 35,000 items per minute on one rail track. And I got people telling me in my comments that belts move more than trains. They are out of their mind. I have moved 35,000 per minute on one train track. And by the way, I moved 35,000 in one direction and then 35,000 back. I packaged 35,000 packaged water per minute, moved it on the trains. They were 10 cars. Every train was 10 cars, and I had trains leaving every like 50 seconds. Okay, and you do the math, that's how much we could move. It worked, right? They're very versatile because you can, once you build the line, you can change what, goes on the track. They move power for you, very scalable. You just add more trains, and they're very good over high distance. The cons, they have a high setup time and you have to figure out the signaling. They're very difficult to learn. It's expensive to construct. They have a very large space requirement. They do need power. It is difficult to make consistent, but there are ways, and they can run you over. I guess I put that up there. We were brainstorming. Drones, low setup time, highly versatile, high distance, and they're cheap, but they do require fuel. You don't have very good throughput, and they're not instantly scalable. You have to build more drones to make it work. Trucks, now trucks obviously got a revamp in 1.2. They are fun, they're cheap, they're fun, they're fun. They require fuel, low distance, not scalable, not versatile. They are prone to issues. This is less so, probably hard to learn. I think they're easier to learn now with the new pathing system, low to medium throughput, and they can also run you over. So those are the pros and cons of belts that we talked about back, I don't know, whenever we did the stream. Apparently Jade remembers. So there you go. That's the quickie. There, we did 2 back-to-back distractions. You appreciate the help. You won't derail us anymore. Rogue One. Rogue One. Did I make a reference? Did I make a reference without thinking about it? What do you mean by Rogue One? And how you doing, Dracor? Pros and cons of moving things manually by hand, one inventory at a time, wasn't covered. Ooh, that's a shortcoming on my part. Dang it, you're playing wrong. Yeah. Oh, the Rogue One building. Yeah. Dracor. Yep. Sorry. Yes, the Rogue One building. That's where they were. That's what I was referring to. Yeah, I did make a reference. My own building. I think this lighting is good enough. Oh, here comes the song I like. I'm going to turn the music up for a second. And not talk. Okay. Catch up a little bit on stuff and give you guys a break from listening to me. There's a handful of songs that I like enough to take a small talking break and listen to a little bit of music for a minute instead. And that's one of them. You know, I'll change it up. Lurking, yeah, of course. Also, I stole this embedded floor power system and put it through your entire Sky platform for hover pack simplicity. That was huge. Prior, I had been slapping power poles all over the place in a semi-grid-like pattern. Having it all hidden under has decluttered you massively. Dude, isn't it so nice when you like, you know, kind of like change that kind of... I need some more of that kind of shit in my life, dude. But yes, it is very handy. Right, and see, I still have these wall ones in for flying around, but I don't like it, right? I want to go through and delete them all, but until I get the floors built, it's kind of like my scaffolding, you know? Oh, YouTube chat bugged. Hold on. Coming back. How does throughput work for trains exactly? Haven't really experimented, but if I needed 1,000 per minute, will it steady throughput such as conveyors, or does it vary based on time and distance? It varies based on time it takes for the train to travel plus load and unload. The section of the station that loads has a way to tell you how many items is coming through. Yes, all of that is true, but I would think about it in a more simple way, okay? And we talked about this, all right? There's your trains moving back and forth, okay? There's your input and your output. If you put one Mark V belt of 780 items into your station and you have one belt of 780 items coming out, it doesn't matter what the train says. None of it matters. Box all of this in your mind off into a black box inside the orange box. It's moving 780. How do you know? Because that's not backing up. Don't overcomplicate it. 780 in to the black box that moves items. 780 out. Now, if this is backing up, well, then you need to add another train, you know, plus one train. Now you put some buffers in here to help make it so the trains don't have to arrive perfectly on time. We talked about buffer systems, how those help. Okay. I know, Worm King, that was your question your other day. You're glad you're not alone on that, the overthinking. We all do that. You get into trains and you're like, how do I know? Because a belt is so simple, right? It's like, oh, that's moving 780. But if you simplify it, right? And then this is just one car, 780. 10 cars. Okay. By the way, I was using, let's double check my own math here. I was using, in that example, 10 times 780 times 4. It's 31,000. That's the number, 31,200. It wasn't 35. Sorry, I lied to you. I had 10 cars and I had 4 train setups on the track. So I had A, B, and C. And then I had, I want to say 7 or 8 trains, maybe more, I can't remember now. 7 or 8 trains of each line. So I had line A. Now line A and line B shared the same track, but they were different systems. And that's how I got 31,200 to flow on one train track. Hope that helps, project. Adding the buffers was massive. I have no idea if this gets sent to YouTube chat, but it doesn't. But it changed the entire load and unload process for me. Yeah, the buffering process in and out of trains is extremely important. It doesn't really work without it. As well as using both outputs on the train unload, that made a massive difference. You gave me a lot of useful tips that immediately went into practice. That helped me massively. Yeah, just really quickly to illustrate how you should do. This is the minimum, okay? Minimum buffering in trains. Sorry for caps. No, you're just really excited. Yeah, super helpful, thanks. Minimum buffering is this, okay? And this goes, we'll do an innie and an outie. What am I doing? Transport. It won't let me place. It's the same concept, but. Okay, so let's say this is your loading. I said loading. Let's do loading. All right, and this is your boy, okay? 780, nice fatty full belt, okay? He goes into this, and they go in like this. 1 into 2. All right, and then you unload over here, and it's the reverse. Two into 1, and then there's your boy. And this can be on opposite sides of the map. You'll just need more trains to do the load, right? Let's say this is route, Gold Coast to Dune Desert, oil. Okay, oil, Gold Coast to Dune Desert, right? Maybe that's the route that this is doing, and that's pretty far. You just need the trains to be labeled 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, whatever, however many you need. All right, but this is the buffer system. 780 goes in. 780 comes out. You'll get as much in as you put out as long as you take enough trains. And by the way, the general rule is 5 cars per locomotive, as long as you do not make slopes greater than a 2-meter slope. Okay, if they're full. If they're empty, it's fine. If you're taking materials from the pink forest down to the desert, it's fine. Going up, you could actually probably go 6 to 1. Going up, you can actually take a really steep incline because your train is empty. Now, if you're taking materials from lower and you're bringing them up, you have to be very, very careful. You cannot break this rule of 2 meters over 8. Right, this slope rule of a rise of 2 over 8 on full trains. If you've got 5 to 1, you can if you go 4 to 1. So if you go 4 train cars to 1 locomotive, then you can go a little steeper at full. Okay, but the reason that you have to do this is when the trains unload and load, and Jade was talking about this. When the trains unload and load, belts don't flow in or out, and so you have to do a 1 to 2 so that double can flow in to make up for the fact that there was a time when it wasn't flowing, right? Because you want 780 per minute. Well, if at any time this shuts off, you don't get 780 per minute, right? You get 780 minus the amount of time. Like if it's shut off for 10 seconds and 10 seconds is 1/6 of a minute, well, then you're not getting 780. You're getting 5/6 of 780 because this was shut off for 10 seconds out of every minute. But if you are always bringing in 780 into the buffer and then this closes, well, these two feeding it can make up for that time that this was inaccessible because it can double feed, and then this never backs up. Now, if this gets full and this gets full and causes this to back up, well, then you need more trains because your first train isn't coming back soon enough to empty it. Does all that make sense? And then it's the same problem here. You want 780 to be leaving. Okay, well, you can't just connect this. You can't just raw dog this connection because when the train is loading, this will shut off and you won't get your 780. So what you have to do is you have to double up, put this in the storage container so that when the train is unloading, you have extra in the storage container to feed this belt, and then you make up for it by double empties. Good? Ken is absolutely right. I'm always right. Foundations can be flipped upside down so that factories can be turned upside down. I wonder if I can build an entire rail network upside down. Those are questions that are beyond my knowledge, sir. You are speaking of the arcane. All right, always happy to answer questions. Answering questions are more interesting to me than working through my build, but obviously I also have to work through my build. You have to do both. All right, we got power in. What's next? Let's cut in our access. Looks like I'm basically copying this setup here. No, this is a different setup. Okay. All right. I think this will work. Or. We tried something slightly different. And that reflective black and white flooring still gets to me. How do you get him to look so good? Well, I'm cheating a little. Okay. Yes, I've got the 5090. Okay. And yes, I've got everything turned up to maximum in terms of like in-game settings. But you know I have custom settings, right? Let me show them to you. And the custom settings are responsible for a lot. Hold on. Stupid notepad is off on my other screen. Come on, notepad. You're supposed to be light and fast. And yet, I'm waiting for you to close the file without saving. All these people are waiting on you, notepad. You're disappointing. Notepad not responding. It's like my children. Notepad is not responding. Close the program. Hang on while Windows reports to Microsoft. I can't even open it. Bro, it does. Dude, it did it again. I have a file that I started typing the word I. Look, I'm just trying to close this one window. It's doing it again. All right, let me show you the engine file. Come on. Going insane. Slowly but surely. It's these right here. At this point, I have 6 custom settings. All right. Yeah, program not responding. Probably the 2 that are affecting this the most. It's going to be this one for general Lumen punchiness, extra bounciness in terms of how just Lumen works and light works in general is this one. And then this one is extra reflections, reflection clarity, right? The first one, this one here is like, it's like, intensity versus being in or out of focus. Okay, this one increases the intensity. This one kind of makes it more in focus. So it's less general light bouncing and more specific shapes. See, it's not exact. There's still a little bit of fuzziness. And that's actually why I have the 0.5. If I change this to 1, and we can do that real quick in game. And by the way, all of these are just settings like that you can hit the tilde. Oh, that's not what I want. Still not what I want. You can hit the tilde and you can put all of these in. You only put them in the engine file if you want them in permanently. But let's change. Watch the change. Okay, watch the floor. When I hit enter. So r.lumen reflections smooth bias 1. All right, you see how they tightened up as soon as I hit enter? So now you can like see the shit like exactly. Right? So this is a little too reflective for me. It makes it seem more like a mirror. Okay, and so that's why I did r dot, and you can adjust this to whatever you like. Dot reflection. Okay, reflections dot smooth bias 0.5. Okay, going backwards, I guess that wasn't as stark of a difference, but it's a little bit more fuzzy. I'm trying to get the reflection happening without it being like a mirror. And I settled in at 0.5. But six or seven settings, it's true. Did I just equate your child to a notepad? I equated my children who do not listen to me to programs that and don't do what I want, to programs that don't listen to me and don't do what I want. However, my children, unlike a program, I can't just hit end task and start over. Tried that once, got in trouble. Cheating equals flexing, so when Ken's cheating a little, it means he's flexing a little. Sure. I wonder if it can go up to... you can do a lot. Yeah, running so many things, but it's not... Dude, I don't know why Notepad was doing that. It was like, it's one file. Look at it. Here, we'll do it again. Oh, we're taking pictures now. Right? It's this. I have a file that I started typing God knows how many years ago. And all I'm trying to do, I hit exit and it says, do you want to save? I text, don't save. This is very simple. We're just going to let that. We're going to let it think on that for a while. You wonder if Notepad can be flipped upside down? I now have a bunch of pictures I don't need or want. And those other settings do various things. One was for the view distance, makes it so that we can see these lights. See how we can actually see these lights from here? And the trains look whole. They're not like all screwed up. It's because I increased the view distance. That's one of the other options on there. There's another one that renders foliage at a better distance. Although I wonder if view distance kind of makes that one unnecessary. But the foliage one makes it so that your foliage gets rendered at the higher Steve. It's funny. It gets rendered at the higher version of itself, right? Because you know how games work. The farther away something is, they're lower resolution models of those things. Well, that other foliage one makes it so that it uses the higher resolution version at a lot farther distance. The thing is that in Satisfactory, foliage is windows are considered foliage, and so it makes the windows look better at a farther distance. And the low res model of windows is the opaque, you can't see through it, where the high res model you can see through it. So it makes the glass see-throughable at a much further distance. But I wonder if the view distance modifier makes that one unnecessary. Yeah, the custom engine settings, copied those already. Yeah. Your computer knows, your PC knows your ego and doesn't let you delete yourself. It's still thinking, guys. I'm not going to get in between Mikey and Q-Wave's conversation about W's. What is that? Did you guys hear that? I don't think I have system sound sent to you guys. It was like burr, burr. Apparently Discord was like doing clips or something. I just want to build this out a little bit while I'm thinking about it. We're not going to do catwalks right now in their kind of entirety, but I think I like the elegance of that. Maybe Notepad is a representation of Melkor. It's funny, somebody earlier made the suggestion that I let users create chaos, viewers create chaos. And I was just like, with Melkor around, I have enough chaos, thank you. He actually does bring something to the channel, right? And it is actually literally chaos. You know, changes things up a little bit. I get to play the straight man, which I'm pretty good at. He plays the idiot, which he's better at than I am at playing the straight man. I really do want to move on to the co-op stuff, the speed running. I think it'll be good for me as a player to think about the game a little bit differently. And then we'll do a bunch of streams where we practice and kind of make a plan. Like we'll have planning and practice, because there's some different techniques. I want to. You can use blueprints in a speed run, but you have to design them in the run. You can't bring them in, I don't think, anyway. I know that you can in a Factorio speed run. To be fair, at times chaos can be entertaining. No, I think the right amount of chaos is absolutely entertaining, right? That's what I mean by saying that I play the straight man, right? It has to be controlled, and controlling Melkor is like freaking trying to hold back the tide. But can't have uncontrollable chaos. It's like the sound alerts, right? It's fun, it's a change up, it forces me to kind of react, but I have a limit of once every 5 minutes, right? So that it doesn't get overwhelming and stupid. So that's you know, where I try to live, where I try to have the balance that, you know. All right, any other downspouts? Yes, right here. Let's do the same thing. Oopsie. You've watched some of the speedruns, and watching them makes blueprints is so fascinating. Yeah, and I've got some ideas about like how I want to design the blueprints so that they work together and are scalable. I think that, I mean, when you stop to think about it, right? How many people are actually, at least in content creation, doing speedruns? There's not that many. If you look at, okay, this is it. I know KouYou makes videos. And then of course there's Epiphany, who is GOAT, right? Now he's getting beat by an hour, but he's trying, right? And he's so good. He's so freaking good. Right? But like, this is it. Right? And then you have this co-op, Psych. I think it's Psych. Who, by the way, did a recent video on Star Rupture, which was interesting, right? And so, and this is kind of it, right? Anyway, I find it interesting, and I think that there are now probably not enough to solo beat his time, right? Maybe, probably not ever, but it would take me a long time to get as good as he is. But I've got some ideas that I was thinking about trying that I haven't seen him or anybody else try, you know, and I think co-op is a perfect example, a perfect place to do it, because then I can bring in Melkor. 1 day, 2 hours is totally beatable with 2 people. I'll feel good about myself. Remember, the whole point of this channel is to pad my ego. All right, I'll feel good about myself that I beat the world record. Whereas if I tried to go for it solo, I wouldn't be able to beat these guys, and then I would feel terrible about myself. Right? And so, you know, we go for co-op, we bring in Melkor, we have the chaos, right? And then we practice some of those other things that I have an idea about. And then again, it just, I think in general, will make me a more well-rounded player. But yeah, the blueprints is definitely something I'm, you know, that's, you know me, blueprints are my jam, right? And I was also thinking in that co-op speedrun to skip coal entirely and probably skip most fuels, maybe do rocket fuel for power, and essentially just use insane amounts of biofuel, solid biofuel, with stupid doubling of summer sloops. All right. All right. You know, see how far that can be taken. You know, you play with animals on passive, so I assume you can kill the animals. And the doubling that you can get from the animal part to animal protein to biomass to solid biomass, you double every single one of those with a summer sloop, right? It's 2 to the power, or power of 2 or whatever. Then you know, you kill a couple of animals and you've got an insane amount of biofuel as long as you set it up correctly. Anyway, you know, it's things like that I want to try. I don't know if that'll work, but it's interesting enough to try. Okay, I'm happy with this. Here's what we're gonna do. I need to use your restroom. I need literally 90 seconds. We're not stopping the stream. Hang out. I'm gonna step away, use the restroom. In the meantime, we're going to give you guys, this is one of my favorite ones to do here. I can usually set it up pretty fast. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Settle down. All you crazy chatters while I'm gone. Unsettled. Okay. Yeah, that ends up being oh, let's see. His Star Rupture video is one of your tabs to watch later. It was pretty good. It's pretty good. He's pretty funny. His editing is like chaotic, which is, you know, not my style, but it's fun to watch for sure. Hey, Peated Scotch. And that ends up being an absurd amount of biofuel, just limited by our belt speed. Yeah. Yeah, and the number of summer sloops. Yep. Okay, we're back into it. All right, so let's set the recipes, and then we can start doing the belt logistics. Tonight, we cannot stop.
Ken,
Fine.
Ken.
What? We cannot stop until we've got all the logistics done. Kind of how it's been working out is the majority of the work happens on Saturday. We hang out. I got a new follower, Darth Kitty. Oh, while I was gone, maybe right before I left. Thank you for the follower, Darth Kitty. Kitty. What was I saying? Majority of the work on each floor happens on Saturday night, including logistics, setting all the floors up, and then all of the catwalks. And then the Wednesday night streams, typically we've been going through and doing all the cosmetics, adding the lights, and you know, all of these. Ooh. Distraction. But yes, we'll do, you know, this lighting and the rail lighting on Wednesday night, right? And then Wednesday night, we'll do whatever prep we can for the next Saturday night. That's kind of how it's been going. We're on floor 6 tonight. There are 3 floors left. 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Welcome back. All right, let's set these things. I think we're doing. So we're doing Fix-It Trigons 13, but we only have, I think, 10, right? Yep. So 6 of these need to be overclocked at 50%, so that we have a bonus of 3. So let's go Fix-It Trigons. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then this one we take that out. Copy. All right. That's good. Let's do these 4 and 4s. So we need 9, well, 8.667. Look, I don't make the rules, guys, okay? It's not my fault that is very commonly said in Satisfactory because it is the decimal representation of 2/3. Okay. Hopefully your friend's doing okay. Ray's got a friend in the hospital. Okay. So what do we need? We'll do the 8 and then 2 of them. We will do an extra 33%. But what are they? Fix it ingots. Okay, 20. 1, 2. And then the rest are 10. Nope. Nope. Okay, and now we have 6 times 3, which is, of course, 18. And how many do we need? We need 21 and a half. So how many halves is that? It's 3 wholes and 1 half, which is 7 halves to get us from 18 to 21 and a half. So 7 of these need to be overclocked to 50%. And we're making time crystals. Let's start with our fat boys over here. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Everybody else is just a time crystal at 100%, which is, I think, the base that I gave these. Yeah, so all the rest of this is good. All right, those are all set. It is time to tackle the hardest part of the evening, which is the logistics. So we have reanimated Sam and Ganterium ingots coming in, and that's making fix-it ingots. Those fix-it ingots are coming in on this line, and that's making trigons. The trigons are getting immediately kicked out. The diamonds are coming in, and they're immediately getting turned into crystal, and the crystals are coming out. Okay, actually, this is a pretty simple setup compared to some of the other floors that we have. So this should be easy peasy lemon squeezy. The only tricky part is going to be, we do have to do a little bit of overflowing. We're going to send all of the time crystals and trigons. Well, the time, yeah. So these trigons have to go up into another floor.
The tickets are now diamond.
The tickets are now diamonds. These trigons have to go up to another floor. These time crystals have to go to a different floor. But then when that fills up, the overflow will get pushed down into output. So we will have to do a little bit of smart splitter overflowing and sending down. And the output, of course, is the output that the tower is giving us. Right? What are we're making some of this for use in the actual central storage, right? Let's Speaking of diamonds. Other than that, it's actually going to be really easy. All right, 2 solids in, 1 solid out. We don't have to worry about anything else. So we're gonna go boom, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. And my eyes were doing so much better. Right. Oh, that's disappointing. I am disappointed. Dark here. Can we fix this up? Better. I got better. All right, let's build this out so that we don't build our belts in the way. The output. Wait. connect these. Does anybody have any interesting plans for Mother's Day tomorrow? I don't know if Mother's Day is celebrated on different days in other countries. And I know that most of my North American viewers are in bed by now, unless you're insane like I am. There are several of you. So let me walk you through the process, right? Pay user that happened. Right now, reanimated Sam Kateri Mingut. I have been being a lot more careful lately about what I eat. It's a work in progress. I'm trying to take one step at a time. I'm not doing anything really drastic like I've done in the past. But I'm changing some things. I'm trying to build some better habits. It's not perfect. I know often what I need to do, but every day I have to make choices about, do I do X thing or Y thing? And often, what I need to do, it doesn't always, don't always get done what I need to get done to continue the weight loss. However, I am doing well in the sense that can we just in the sense that I'm not gaining any weight right now, which is a win. That sucks. Broski. Anyway, my family is aware that, it's a... Ugh. That I'm doing a few different things, right, to... we're not eating out, right? That's the easy one, right? Because that also costs money. So that's a lot easier to motivate myself to do correctly. But it's Mother's Day. So anyway, the question was asked, how restrictive am I trying to be on what I'm eating? And I was like, look, not very. It's fine, and so bro, this is wrong. This whole thing is wrong. Let's go like that. And so I found out that my mother wanted to go to pizza, which is really something that I would do normally, but I love pizza, and I'm like, all right, that's fine. But so we were like, okay, we'll do pizza. I'm like, all right, I can do that. Now, my mother has celiac disease, which means she can't eat gluten. It's a whole nother conversation, but basically, short version is can't eat gluten. And so, yep, this works. We talked about which pizza place. Well, she want to go to a pizza place that I don't think is very good, but she want to go there because it's got free stuff. Okay, understandable. Fine. But I suggested, because I wasn't thinking about the gluten-free stuff, I suggested a local place that's really good by my house. That doesn't have the gluten-free. And so I was like, all right, well, and so basically I had to do a bunch of research that was a place like the place by my house that we like to go to, but also had gluten-free. And on top of all of this, it's not exactly what I want to be doing, but it's not Father's Day, it's Mother's Day, so I'm fine with it. So that was the process. It took like a bunch of back and forth calls to figure out. I'm one floor off what we were doing. Let's see. UK here, that statement made me panic. Hey Corvus, the first time chat, appreciate it. Sorry, I was in the middle of my story. At least the overclock, I monetized this story. Wait, you mean I didn't monetize that? This is time filler. Rylanus, are those who either have bad sleep schedules or just can't sleep? Yeah. Don't call you insane. Yeah, it's 8:30 a.m. Yeah, 12:35 a.m. Yeah, Cube Wave. You're on the West Coast with me, right? I would be in bed at that time, and if I wasn't, my wife would be rather mad. I'm looking at my bed right here. There's no wife in it. She started sleeping. Which we used to stream. I used to stream with her in the room sleeping. She can sleep through it. But it's not ideal, and her back bothers her. She has a really nice recliner chair, and that's where she has to sleep because it doesn't bother her back. So yeah, I go to bed, whenever. You will be working, but your daughter gave you a cute teddy bear, and Lone gave you a lovely bouquet of roses. I should probably get something for my wife for Mother's Day. I'll be asleep. Ken, is it worth it to overclock machines or build them in quantities where I will have to do a lot of load balancing later? I think... Oh, are ads over? I think ads are over. I think overclocking in small amounts to get precision returns is worth it, but I would not plan on overclocking in large amounts. That power addition will add up pretty significantly over time. I would, a little bit strategically, I think is good. Doing it en masse is probably not, it wouldn't be my first choice. Yeah, your state over. I can't remember. You're in Nevada or Oregon? Or no, you're in Arizona. I think I remember you're in Arizona. Yeah, she's in the comfy chair. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Mentally divergent instead of insane. Yeah. You lost your job at the end of March, so you're now one of the insane people, especially on the East Coast. It's okay to indulge on special occasions. What's your go-to pizza? Well, I'm from California. I like pineapple on my pizza. I do. I will we're gonna do pizza here. This place is this is in my area, hot singles in your area. Hot single slices of pizza. You guys like that? I thought that was great. This is like a mom and pop place. It's called Mike and Monica's. I'll probably get something like this. This would be up there. Pineapple, pepperoni, or like pineapple and like Canadian bacon. Pineapple is good too. If I had to pick a singular best pizza place, but I like these mom and pop places better than chains because I don't know, they're just on average they're better. I think I don't want to do that. It's a mistake. There's this place called Old Town Pizza that I really like, or at least I liked it more pre-COVID. Post-COVID, they've made some changes that, I mean, look at that. Look at that little hole in the wall, like storefront there. It's awesome. That's a place that you know has good pizza. But if I'm gonna eat the carbs, eat the calories for pizza, I want it to be good. I'm not going to Mountain Mike's or Little Caesars or something. Mikey, I'm curious, did Ken see that I changed the name of Nerd's Teleporter from Nerd to Nerd Snores a Lot? No, but Mikey, after you went to bed, okay, so last night I play live with Mikey and Nerd and my brother Melkor. Nerd just kind of stopped talking and we realized that he was snoring. He fell asleep in front of his microphone. So, and then Mikey had to go to bed, but Nerd was still on the line snoring. And then like out of nowhere, I hear like this kind of like quiet crash. I think like his headset fell off, or like maybe he was like leaning like this and he fell or something. And then I was like, hey buddy, you okay? He didn't say anything. And then you hear the Discord like doo-doo-doo-doo. Chain all about profit, independent equals quality, at least in your experience. It depends on the chain, I think, right? If your chain is based on good quality, you can do better. There's also local chains, right? I think there's a difference between a local chain and a national chain, right? Like we have some local chains for pizza places. There's like, they've got like 3 or 4 locations, right? I think that's a little bit different, but I know what you mean by chain. You mean like a national corporate chain. And in general, I agree with you for sure. You didn't realize that was a California thing, but you also like pineapple? I think we like to say it is. Maybe it started there, and then, you know, Hawaiian pizza. Your favorite is grilled chicken and pineapple with extra cheese and stuffed crust. Yeah, I like pepperoni, pineapple. I do like black olives, sausage. Any of that stuff's fine. What were we doing? Okay, we're doing this. That's what we're doing. Should we run it across the ground? No. We should bring it up. How much? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that sounds good to me. So that's what we're doing tomorrow. And we've got like 18 people coming. Of course, my family, my house is 8 of us. So. And they have a little room that you can kind of like rent out. Not like rent, but like use. Did I do 4 or 6? Four is fine. You want a Subnautica stream? Oh, let me, I see you, Surplus Silver. Let me back up. Nice, welcome. Hello. And then, yeah, Corvus. Yeah, I saw that. Can't wait to play Subnautica 2. You won a Subnautica 1 Steam key from the Subnautica 2 stream yesterday. That's interesting. And congrats. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I think I want to do... works. Yeah, hole in the wall pizza. Yeah. Like, you know, if you can. I eat out so rarely these days, and between my wife and I, we can cook pretty much anything that we want to, with the exceptions of, you know, pizza. Like, good pizza is really hard to make at home. You can do it, but it's not the same. We know it's not the same. Like sushi, Chinese food, and pizza are really difficult to make at home. Pretty much all other food I can do as good or better than what I can get. Maybe the only other exception would be like really good, authentic-y, like Mexican food. And I mean the kind that people are selling in a parking lot, right? Like people, you know, guys, guys and girls that do not speak English that are selling it in a parking lot. That food is so good. As long as there's a lot of people that eat there and, you know, they're regulars. Dude, did I miss the... where's right in the middle? Did I hit it? Okay, good, I hit it. But I can make pretty good Mexican food at home. It's just not that, like, super authentic kind. So I'll get that sometimes. But like going out for burgers or steaks or stuff like that, I mean, I can make better. My wife and I can make better steaks than I can get anywhere. I mean, maybe not anywhere, but almost anywhere. Bacon, chicken, ham, pepperoni, mushroom, onions, and 4 cheeses with stuffed crust. That's the type of pizza you prefer. There's a lot. That's a lot on there. Nice. Real Chinese food or American Chinese food buffet type. I mean, both. There's all kinds of stuff. Right, there's like dim sum that I go to. I don't really do the buffets. The buffets aren't very good, but like, there's like America's time. I know what you mean by saying that, but like, okay, there's this right, there's this really nice one. Oh, Hop Sings is good too, but I was thinking. This one. Right, this one's pretty local, and you know, it's not a buffet, right? But it's like, you know, Southern Szechuan style Chinese food, right? There's a couple of Chinese buffets, but I don't, you know, and they have dim sum too, but there's also dedicated dim sum places. Where is it? It's right in here somewhere. This one right here. Right? It's not loading. And you can tell by the people that eat there. Like we know, right? Like, wish I could show these. Here we go. It's not very big, but like, This is Hop Sings. This is a really cool place too. But anyway, like, you know, if there's Chinese people eating the Chinese food and the staff barely speaks English, it's gonna be good, guys. Like, come on, you know. But if I'm gonna get Chinese food, I'm gonna not eat Panda Express, right? I'm gonna go to, again, a local place that, you know, is good food. That map, is that in Oregon? No, it's in Northern California. Maybe here. But yeah. I don't know, man. I the real Chinese food. I don't know, I'm getting hung up on your you're triggering me. All right, fix it trigons. Let's do is this up 4? Oh, it's so irritating. It just 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We could do this. The fact that these, why? I guess this is on me. I really don't want to move those again. That really irritates me. Shoot. I'm off by 1 meter. Yeah. Again, like I said, I try not to eat too much like fast food type. Like, it has to be better than what I can make at home. Usually. It's just too expensive. I don't think that's gonna work. I think I have to rebuild that. And I'm gonna have to do the same damn thing here. I'm gonna have to go rebuild it again. But I do like eating like dim sum and dumplings and stuff. Because again, it's just like, it's really hard to make at home. All right, shoot. Both of these have to be redone because I can't reconnect. I have to take them all the way up and then cut them in. Mikey, I love Chinese food except one thing. You go from, man, I'm so full, I ate so much, 1 second, to man, I'm starving. Well, that's the high carbs. I mean, that's literally, that is what carbs do to you. And Chinese food is sugary and high carb, right? Dumplings are a little bit better, but if you're talking about like the classic, like, you know, Southern Chinese, like, you know, Americanized version of, you know, your you know, sugar chicken. Oh even better versions of it, it's because it's high carbs, right? That's why you don't stay hungry longer, because it's low fat, high carbs. If you can increase the fat and increase the protein and decrease the carbs, then you're going to be a lot more full for a lot longer, for sure. Who's going to go up and who's going to go down? Would honestly just be easier for everybody if we went down here. I mean, it's going to be the same problem. Pizza has that problem sometimes too, depending on what kind of crust you're getting and everything. But pizza's got a little bit more fat on it usually, so. It's not quite as bad, depending on the toppings. That's why you can eat like a bunch of pieces of pizza and then like be hungry later. But again, the local places are gonna make better dough and have better ingredients, so it mitigates that a little bit. Talking about food again. Almost every stream we start talking about food. The stream numbers are pretty good tonight. Appreciate you guys. Saturday night, we got 50 on YouTube, 40 on Twitch. It's a good, solid number. I appreciate it. Ooh, we're off there. Despite the fact that we're talking about food in the middle of the night or first thing in the morning, depending on where you are in the world. I guess if you're Australian, food right now isn't too bad, right? Isn't it like dinner time in Australia right now? Ooh, what is this? Diamonds. All right. But my problem is I enjoy talking about food, obviously. But I also enjoy talking about like cultural stuff, especially since it's so cool that I have like different people from all over the world watching my channel. And so talking about food culture stuff is like, you know, best of both worlds kind of, right? So we end up doing that a lot. We'll get Horsey Mart in here and we'll start talking about food differences between England and the United States. See me get really hopped up. It always like, now look, the United States is huge. It's very different. I'm a little spoiled because of the quality of like agriculture in California. Okay. And the variety. All right. And there's a lot of people here. So there's a lot of different, like, you know, even in smaller cities, like I live near, I'm in the greater Sacramento area, not exactly, you know, metropolis, but not a small town either. Right. So part of this is coming from, you know, I didn't grow up in a tiny little Midwest town or, you know, something like that, right? But I think in general, I don't think that people in like other countries realize that because America has so many people from other countries, I can go in my city and get like super authentic Greek food, right? And it is just as good as your really good Greek food, right? Because the people from Greece are making it, right? And you can add that anywhere, right? There are Chinese people making the Chinese food. There are Filipino people making right? You know what I mean? Now, is there an American twist to it? You know, sure. But like, it, you know, doesn't mean that it's a lower quality, right? And there could be a availability of ingredients issue, right? Like the Japanese freshwater eel that we're getting here is not the same. Like, yes, there's availability of ingredients issue, but sometimes. But yeah, I've had that conversation on the channel several times. There could be worse topics. Not going to mention them to keep from derailing them. Well, yeah, and I don't do politics or anything like that on the channel just because, you know, no matter what, like whenever you have a politics conversation, no matter what happens, someone's going to be upset, right? I just mentioned, hey, I've got like 100 people watching me. Well, somewhere between 40 and 60%, no matter what I talk about, what side I take, if we're talking about the divisive kind of politics, right? No matter what I say, 40 to 60% of people are not going to be happy with me, right? Not exactly a good way to grow your channel. Doesn't mean I don't think what I don't think, and I love talking about it. Mikey and I have discussed this before. Both of us really enjoy talking about, you know, politics and stuff, but there's just some places it's not appropriate to do so. And, you know, this isn't a political channel. We come here to hang out. Even if you did agree with me, that doesn't mean you want to hear about it, because we're relaxing and we're hanging out. You know, sometimes I do get people in here that, you know, kind of forget that, or, you know, and some people are like really politically minded, meaning like you're always, or you're very often thinking about that stuff. And so, you know, if we talk about a topic that's sort of like adjacent to politics, you know, sometimes people sort of accidentally kind of start talking about it, right? They're not even trying to make trouble or anything. It's just they're more thinking about that stuff. So like I said, I love talking about that, but it's just not a good venue for it, really. And the problem is too, is most of those topics are really complex and require a lot of context. You know, I don't want to like, that's a true derailment, not like showing you some pictures from the Chinese food place that I like to go to. So I appreciate, I hear what you're saying, Rylanus. I do. But the thing is too with Satisfactory is we do need, how are we going to do this output? We do need, like, I don't need to be talking about the fact that I just built all of those outputs and connected them together. We can talk about something else, you know, in these times when I'm building stuff that's kind of straightforward, right? We need something to talk about. Hey, Oki, you work for 30 minutes, then another weather hold. Well, hopefully you getting paid extra, man, or is it by the job? Jade, I think being here is keeping you more awake. You should probably go to bed. Well, just leave the stream on. All right. Full of leavings, you're gonna go to a botanical garden with your husband's mother tomorrow. Send flowers to the mom in another state. Nice. Botanical garden is cool. All right, we need to do a smart splitter, and we're gonna have 2 of them. So maybe we just set them up. We're gonna have to do 2 smart splitters and a merger, because we have 2 outputs here. 2 final products, meaning they go down instead of up. All right, so let's talk a little bit about 40K, okay? Usually I do, if you catch me live, I'll plug the phone in and leave the stream on. I always appreciate that. It's never required. I say it as a joke, but also like not. All right, so I recently did a short where somebody on the stream had made a Warhammer 40K reference, and I sort of am aware of it. I kind of get where it is, but that's one sort of like fandom or franchise that I know very, very little about. I did play ads are coming. I did play the RTSs, right? So Dawn of War 1, Dawn of War 2, I did play those. So I know that's my surface level knowledge, right? I don't know too much lore. I wish it showed me when the ads were over. I've asked Twitch to show me. The bot is wrong. Yeah. Oh, it's not my bot. It's Killer's bot. It says it right there. Actually, it's sound alerts. Yeah, I'll figure that out. Yeah. I'll think about it. I'll work on it. Anyway, so this short, I was talking about how fluids is kind of a I didn't do the campaigns. I just did the multiplayers, Jade. So I hear you. I was talking about how fluids are kind of a religion than Satisfactory, and then somebody said just pray to the Adeptus Mechanicus, and I left that in the short, and then a bunch of people are like making 40K references, like, no, you have to pray to there's a machinist god, I guess it's different, or priest. Here, let me find it. There's a bunch of comments that praise the Omnissiah 3 hours ago. I just got one. Literally during this stream, I got another comment about 40K on that short. That short's actually doing really well. I'm getting I got 55,000 views in the last 2 days. But yeah, praise the Omnissiah. I gotta catch up on my there's also two groups of people that are responding in that chat, and it's they usually, aside from the 40K referencers, it's usually either I don't understand what, like, it's usually either true bro, fluids are a pain in the butt, or it's why are fluids so hard for you guys? They're easy for me. And I don't know how to politely say in a YouTube, like as a comment, as in a content creator, that essentially if you don't have a problem with fluids, that means your factories aren't complicated enough and you haven't been playing the game long enough, you know. But you know, I don't want to say that. The Emperor of Humanity, the Omnissiah. I've been doing some research, and the reason I like the 40K stuff, as a general rule, I think it's really, really cool. It's like ultimate, like, dude, you know, war, bad stuff only, like everybody sucks, like there's you know, it's like honor and loyalty, and and sacrifice, right? It's like the ultimate like kind of dude stuff, you know? I think so. That's fun, right? And there isn't a lot of stories that are like that. For instance, we just watched Braveheart, and we watched it for my birthday, and my buddy and his wife came over, and she'd never seen it, and she just didn't understand it. Like, she was like, what do you mean he just dies? All of that was for nothing? I was like, no, it wasn't for nothing. You know, and we went through the whole thing with Braveheart. But it's so funny that, like, it's very, very dude coded, you know? And I think 40K is kind of like that. So that's interesting to me. I like that. And I'm making generalities here, right? Like, I get that I am. Freedom. Dude, it's awesome. And every dude is like, yeah, right? And I'm not saying no girls get it, but it is like a thing. You know what I mean? My mom hated that movie too. She hates that movie. The Omnissiah is the machine god of Mars, separate from the Emperor. Right. So that's the context that I got. Basically, because I said a prey to the Adeptus Mechanicus, and that's different. Or is that the Omnissiah? So I think what I was getting was that I used that it would have been funnier if I had said, you know, a different god. Because it's fluids, right? And we're trying to, you know, get the machines to work. Fluids are easy, says someone who hasn't done aluminum yet. Dude, I got this one comment from somebody that says they didn't say as an expert, but that was the implication when they said, I have 500 hours and I've never run into fluid problems. I have 500 hours in Satisfactory and I've never run into fluid problems. And he was saying that like as the context as if that's a lot. And as we know, it's not. Well, and you can take the easy way out on fluids with aluminum. You can, right? You could just take the extra water, dump it into wet concrete, and sink it and call it a day. It really just depends. I think it more depends on your style. Than anything else, right? Like your build style may just be that you don't run into fluid problems. That's a possibility. All right, so we're gonna do overflow here. But it is funny that that the commenters break down into those two very distinct camps. This is Trigons, right? I think so. I just want to double check. Yeah, we're making the Trigons. The Adeptus Mechanicus worship the Omnissiah. Okay. So they were sort of agreeing with my joke. They weren't correcting the joke. Got it. All right, and then let's do another one. Coming in from the other side. But what has got me interested, I'm going to be real with you, with 40K even more so, is the fact that Henry Cavill is working on a adaptation. I'm super kind of, I'll be very interested in that. Hopefully it's good. He didn't say as an expert, okay? He didn't say that. But that was, it was an appeal to authority, right? 500 hours. I know what I'm talking about. I don't have fluid problems. What are you talking about, right? That was the subtext. He didn't say as an expert. I was explaining kind of how it looked to me, all right? I don't want to misquote somebody. You only know it from painting minis for D&D. I look at the Warhammer minis, but they're so specific they can't be really used for D&D. Well, so many people are now 3D printing their minis at home, you know. You saw those comments too? Yeah. Okay, I recently read a fic that had a multiversal setting, but one of the main characters is Naruto, and in his setting is millennia old, but in his past he went to the 40k universe chasing Jashin from Narutoverse. Turns out that in that setting it was one of the chaos gods, and they turned out to be vulnerable to his 6th past state. Well, that's a lot. The combo fanfics. And the chaos gods went out with a whimper, made you laugh your ass off. That's a lot. That's very specific. Like, what's the Venn diagram? I mean, like, I know that there are some, right? But like, because Naruto's no joke either, right? Like, to understand that. You know, people that like Naruto, people that like 40k, the audience for that fanfic. Well, and it'd probably actually be worse, right? People that read fanfic. So it's very specific. Hey, but you know what? It found its audience, so you got to give it credit. Hey, Simmarine, good morning from the UK. Welcome. I'm not sure how fluids work in Satisfactory, but I know how hydraulic systems are in real life. Some things will not work just because of small difference in flow rate, and you'll be spending hours trying to figure out why that thing is not working. Well, Satisfactory has that going for it. Spending hours trying to figure out why something isn't working. All right, and then this should just head down in there. And then all we have to do is feed in the long line of time crystals in here, and we're looking very good. I'm gonna move this. I don't like this here. It's kind of weird. Simmer in. I have fluid issues, but I compensate for them in all my designs. Never bank on a full 600 on Mark II pipe. See, we're gonna start this religion talk. Is that concept that you're doing a good idea? I think it is. I'm not saying it's not a good idea, but I think that it's very possible to get 600. That's cleaner. But we all make our choices, right? We all make our choices. You painted minis before 3D printing was common. That would have made it easier and cheaper too. Okay, we have everything done but this middle section. So how are we gonna set this up? What are our inputs? I think just diamonds. This is our only input. Diamonds in and crystals out. Yep. These diamonds are now crystals. Oops, too far. Which one's the, okay. These diamonds are now crystals. I think we're just gonna run them on the ground. It's easier for me to locate the ground than it is to I mean, I guess we could load the other ones at 4 up. Right? Insidees. Yeah. Oops. 1, 2. 1, 2. You know what? We'll just do this. And it needs to be a merger, because of course it does. Right, that works. I got a little close though. And now I'm a little far. Porthol, hey folks, sorry to show up late, but our power is flaking out earlier. It looks like logistics for floor 6. It is logistics for floor 6. How are things going? Things are going very nicely. You know, we're talking about all sorts of random shit. We're doing some various answering some questions. No, nothing crazy. Like, I'm not doing anything like earth-shatteringly difficult, right? I've got an idea. Why don't I make a blueprint that is exactly that high? So I have to build like 20 of these things. If they made liquid processing a continuous process rather than parcels, it would make things more predictable. I know, and we talked about this in the short, right? Like, there is something to be said for having something that is more complex and having a mechanic, because it makes it interesting, right? But also at the same time, like, if that's a major like friction point for people and it causes you to quit the game because you can't figure it out because it's too complex, I don't know. Midnight Adrenaline, hey Kin, hey. Nope, 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 nope. Yay! Perfect height every time, yay! All right, now I gotta do the wall of text here. Rylanus, there was a lot of settings in that. But one of his goals in the setting was because he found evidence of groups basically draining and killing worlds. And when the Shinobi Alliance learns of the key of this, recognize the threat. It does what Naruto does. I don't know much about Naruto, actually. I know it exists. That is all. Mikey, I will always paint minis, and my minis are made of pewter. I will take plastic minis and make a high temperature resistant silicone mold just to have pewter miniatures. I did not know that about you, Mikey. Learn something new every day. Are we gonna feed in? I guess we feed in diamonds. Like this. Make this line up. Boom. Boom. That works for me. Yes, this is Carl Casey. Good ear. That is all I listen to on my live streams. White Bat Audio. Unless it's something else. I do have a couple of Epidemic Sound. Unless I'm going for a feel that isn't this. But for Satisfactory and the cyberpunk thing, that's perfect, right? But I do have an Epidemic Sound playlist. If I'm playing a game that is maybe like low tech or something. And that I want to have a different feel. Yeah. This one is it's like the 80s one. It's like 5 hours. I just ripped the audio, you know, because it's copyright free. So that way I don't have to rely on like an internet connection to play it. And I don't have to have my browser turned where you guys can hear it. It's just a audio file. Does White Bat have a sort of grungier playlist? Might be a good take for Satisfactory Plus. There's some different stuff. I also want to pick music that I like. White Bat Audio does have some like horror, not horror. We had this problem earlier. It does have some more horror music. It still has this vibe, but it's, you know, a little darker. There is some of that stuff, but the other thing, like I said, I have to be able to listen to, you know, music for 7 hours, right? So I have to, you know, be careful about. I would actually like to go the opposite, right? And do like some lighter stuff. I was also thinking about, I don't know, I do love Carl Casey stuff, but I pay for Epidemic Sound because I do use some of those tools. And I was thinking of putting together maybe a different playlist, but I don't know. I'm so used to it, you know. The horror would be appropriate for the hard setting. Well, here's the thing. It would, but like it would get old, right? Because yes, it would be appropriate, but like appropriate after hour 5, after hour 1000. You know where I'm going with this, right? So like I have to do stuff that's sustainable. Like, you know, stream almost over, another hour or so. We're at 4.5. What am I going to do after these? After I finish these logistics, which are almost done, I have to do the ceiling tonight, and I have to do catwalks minimum, and then I want to prep out the work. Yeah, I mean, is that an hour? I would say there's that work, and then I might do some other stuff. Plus we may have comments or questions to be answered that might slow that work down. I don't think it's almost over though. Yeah, I see the notification. I'm not going to look at it during stream, but I'll read it later. Why not only put the music for the stream? Why not only put the music for the stream? I'm not sure what you're asking, Surplus. But yeah, I'll check out that stuff in my members chat tomorrow probably. In other words, why not mute the music for yourself and not the stream? Oh, okay. Well, because if I'm listening to different music than you are, then I don't know what what your vibe is. There are often times that like I listen to some music and I'm like, ooh, I like this, and then I turn it up and we both listen to it. Right? If I'm listening to something separately, which I could definitely do, and I actually listen to the music louder than you guys do. I have my music's turned up louder, because you have to. I could play different music for myself. I play with music on, because I enjoy it. So I would be playing to different music. If I didn't listen to the music of the stream, I'd be playing to different music. And, you know, if I'm over here like, you know, and there's like, you know, it's not matching up. Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? But that's why. I'm not a fan of non-game music on any stream. I find it intrusive, and it means I can't listen to your game music or your own music. Actually, mostly won't watch streamers who are playing music. You're the exception, Ken, as your stream when I wake up. Oh, ads. I see the ads. I see the ads. The streamer's music does not need to be broadcast to the audience. Well, I use my music as vibes for my stream. Like, it's part of the experience, right? Especially with the cyberpunk one. But it was unintentionally became part of the experience You know, when even in the Star Wars playthrough, just like the music. Now I stream on YouTube, not just Twitch, right? So I don't have like popular copyright music playing like a lot of Twitch streamers do. But I'm not going to have no music, right? You're making the argument for no music, but these streams are way too long. I think having some background music is important for the stream, not just for me. You say, absolutely, I get that for you, meaning like the music is part of the whole thing that I'm going for. Yeah. I do think that depending on the stream, that's why I've picked not kind of like non-specific stuff. It's a cool jam. Every once in a while I focus on the music, you know, and if I particularly like the song, but there's no vocals, right? Which would kind of be distracting if there's singing over the top of, you know, me talking. And the problem with streaming the game music, right, which I've done, is there's huge long periods where it doesn't play music, right? And then you're like, okay, well, there's no music now. And I need to be able to not talk for a while. And I don't want it just to be super silent. I like having music. Like I said, I do get what you're saying, and it means you can't listen to your own music. You know, it kind of would be fun though if like there was an option to like, you know, why don't we have this technology? Why can't I broadcast over YouTube and Twitch different audio channels? Why do we have to mix down the audio channels? What are we? Is this 1930? Like, why can't I send Twitch 3 different audio channels, or just 2? And then I could do main channel. I could do, music, and then or main audio and music, and then you mute the music, or you could turn the music up, or you could turn the music down. Why can't we do that? It's insane that we don't have that. Okay, sound streaming is not the problem. It's the video. Give me 3 of them. Give me voice, game, and music, okay? And then you can have 3 different volume sliders on the live stream that says, oh, I can't hear Ken, he's not loud enough. And then, you know, you just turn that up, or the game is too loud, you can turn that down, or like, oh, I want to listen to my own music, you mute the music. Why are we doing this? What the hell? Easy. Because I have those channels separated, right? I have full control over that over my end, but you guys have to listen to a mixed down version. So I'm deciding what your mix is. Now I could do a default, right? I could decide what your 0 is, but why can't you turn my music all the way down? Have you seen Fried comment about Discord about copy? No, Korthal. I don't want to read it in the middle of the stream. I'll look at it later. He said he found some stuff and he was documenting it for me. I said you were kind of also working on that project, and you guys could, you know, work together if you felt like it. Oh my God, did I build this backwards? No. I'm okay. It'd be a huge W. I don't understand. Milky, wait. I didn't even see this. Milky TTV, you beautiful slice of peppermint chocolate shortcake. First of all, I'm vanilla. I saw Cubewave's Milky got me crying, but I missed Milky's actual post. I'll tune into a streamer and they'll be playing the game I want to see, but banging house or heavy metal over the top, so either have to leave or mute them. Yeah, exactly. Or I tune into somebody and their voice is like really loud compared to everything else. It's hard, dude. I have fine-tuned and messed with my freaking settings so much. What? Uh-oh, we have a problem, boys. We've got a problem. So much to try to find a good mix for you guys, you know, that's like a happy medium for everybody, which is, as we know, is impossible. All right. Okay, good. It's just this one. It's just the one on the end is bad. But it would be awesome, right? I record multiple channels. Of course. I'm recording 7 channels right now, right? I have the mix down that you guys hear, although I don't really use that. I have my voice. I have the game. I have the Discord for the dummies that I usually play with. I have the music. I guess I'm not recording it, but I have them in OBS, right? I have the sound alerts. And then I have the overlay alerts, which are like when somebody subs, right? So YouTube can hear the sound alerts, but they can't hear the overlay alerts. But yeah, I do. I have a ton of different channels as well. It's just silly. What are we doing? Why don't we have this? You know, I mean, it's not a bandwidth issue, right? And if there's only one channel, fine, make that the default. But give, you know, because maybe different streamers don't want to have to deal with it. Okay, I get that, right? But like, did I build this backwards? Bro, I built it backwards. But give me the power. And give the viewers the power, right? It would just result in such a better experience, I think. Well, banging away on house music. Today was tough. You had to think of 3 different desserts. Guys, what am I haven't gotten anything for my wife for Mother's Day. It's been a crazy weekend. There's something. I'm not going to talk about this. Don't ask about it. I will talk about it in a future stream. There's something going on in my life that is really distracting, and it's not very good. Everybody's okay, but it sucks. I'll talk about it later when it's not as bad. Everybody in my family is healthy, okay? But it just sucks. And so the point of this is I'm really distracted. I didn't get anything from my wife. And she's distracted for Mother's Day. I don't want to do flowers. What are we gonna do? And I'll tell you about that other thing in a couple of weeks. Okay. I'll share it. I just don't want to share it right now. I don't know. I don't know what I should do. Maybe like, I don't know. I don't want to do flowers. She doesn't really like flowers. I don't know. Gotta do something. Should probably get something for my mom too. Bro, this whole holidays thing. I don't want to think about this stuff. What's her favorite animal? Hey, Ray. Is Ray here? I think Ray's still here. It does make you concerned about copper supply. Yeah, I'll look into it. Yeah, and if you can confirm, I'll read it tomorrow. Okay, Ray. My wife won. She didn't leave it up here. She won a certificate today. for her Arches painting. It won a honorable mention in a show. She won $50. She got a $50 check, and she won a certificate for honorable mention. She the show isn't as competitive as some other shows, and so in her mind, it wasn't that good of an accomplishment, right? But basically, everybody there was like, "Oh my gosh, no, it's a big deal," you know, and so that was kind of cool for her, you know. And it is true, it isn't as competitive of a show as some of these other ones she's trying to get into, and place at, right? And it wasn't even like an official placing, it was an honorable mention, right? And so in her mind, it's like, yeah, fine, but it, you know. However, because she's teaching at the association, she has the cat painting. My wife is slowly becoming a professional artist, and I share her journey on the channel to anybody that doesn't know the context of what I'm talking about. I'll show you the cat painting, you guys, real quick. The cat painting, this infamous cat painting, is hanging in the association like thing because my wife is now teaching there. She's doing some classes, and so she has an example of one of her pieces of art hanging there, an original, as like, hey, this is this person, and they're teaching, here's a piece of their art. And people are freaking out about the cat painting, like, and it does look even better. Corthal is Midwest. You know what I can do for her for Mother's Day? Is it something that you can share over a public channel? Do you have any? Okay, I made Sydney's birthday completing a house project while she was out of the house. Do you have any projects outstanding, like fixtures replacement or some mechanical thing? That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that. I'll think about that. I do need to. I'll think about that one, but I like that idea. Let me pull up the cat painting here. This is the newest one. That's Half Dome. That's one of her looser paintings. I'm not really a fan of the looser style, but she was trying to purposefully paint a little bit looser, which just means it's not, it doesn't look like a picture. It looks less like a picture and more like a painting. It's a visual art term. Like, how much like a picture does it look? All right, hold on. I need to keep like a quick reference, links to all her paintings. Here it is. No, oils. She paints in oils. And she teaches in oils too. We've actually got a YouTube channel for her. We haven't been using it very much. We couldn't really get it off the ground. I couldn't figure out the right way to present it. And so that's actually why one of the reasons I started this channel is so that I could get more, show them the one that you bought Crater Lake. Yeah. Is so that I could get more input on how YouTube works. And then my channel blew up and started making money. And I was like, well, She's like, yeah, I don't even want to really pursue the other YouTube channel really right now. And so we put that one aside, and I've been focusing on my channel ever since. Here, let's just go to her website. She's been working on the website too, cleaning it up a little bit. That's a recent painting there. There's the cat painting. I should have just gone to her website. She's done a lot of work on this. This is looking really good. Hey, you guys will recognize that little guy. She sold that original. This Arches painting is the one that won the certificate. And then that's the Crater Lake one. I wish there was a way. Open image, new tab. Yeah, here we go. So Ray bought a print of this. And you can buy the prints in this. Yeah, this is the one that she got the $50 for today. Brandon Sanderson fans? Anybody? Any Brandon Sanderson fans in the house? I really like this one. So do you see how much tighter this one is? Versus, I don't even think she has. Does she have the new one up? Oh yeah, she doesn't even have the new one up yet. Or like this one. Like how exacting the lines are and everything. Although I guess it is looser in some of the other areas. No, that is not Gondor. Close. It is a Brandon Sanderson work from the from the Stormlight Archive. It is a city though. It is a fantasy city. So yes, this one I do expect her to win to get a placement for this one when she submits it. There's a animal themed art show next month, and she made this specifically for that show, and I fully expect her to get to place. So we'll see. Hopefully she does. She would never say it, but she's really hoping. Hopefully people just don't download them without paying. It is what it is. If you want a picture of that, it's fine. We sell, we don't sell digital versions, although I guess we could. We sell printed, print on demand, printing on canvas, printing on metal. I think she still has that one. Framed, non-framed, poster, right? Framed poster, not, all that stuff. The green, I think the cat's eyes, yeah, that's green. Yep. Did you see what I said? Take her to Hobby Lobby or another art store. Tell her she has a whatever dollar limit. Here's the problem with that, Ray. Okay, take her to Hobby Lobby or another art store. She has one that she it's called like Blick or something. Tell her she has whatever dollar limit. Here's the problem. That's not a gift. Because she already has a whatever dollar limit. Why do you think I work so hard, you guys? That's not a gift. That's the problem with that gift. And all of those are business expenses anyway. We treat everything like a business and for tax purposes. But no, I missed that. Sorry. Sometimes I miss individual chats, guys. Literally take her shopping. Now I could take her shopping for something else. We just need to go somewhere and go shopping. That's a good idea. I should probably do that. We need like a new knife. Like sounds bad. Take you for Mother's Day. We're gonna go get a knife. For cooking. All right, let's start building this out. I can do this while I chat. No, right. Taking our first special trip. No, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. There's this place that sells like really special olive oils, like literally olive oil, that we went to and did some shopping for Christmas. It's in downtown Sacramento. Thinking about maybe take her someplace like that. A shopping trip does sound fun. I do like Korthal's idea, though, at least the theory of it, right? Which is, hey, what is this? This is some bullshit. $2 meters. Shit out of here, bro. We need 1 meter. Oh, damn it. Shopping trip could work. Yeah, but I agree. Going out, doing something together, just me and her, like, you know, with the 5 kids, father-in-law in the house. By the way, we're going on a trip first week of June. I actually don't think it will affect my streaming schedule. I think we're going to leave like after I wake up Sunday morning after the Saturday night stream. And then I think we're coming back Wednesday. So I think literally I won't miss a stream, but we're going to go on a trip down to the Bay Area. All right, that's fixed. What's the appeal of mixing different resources together, such as copper and iron, to make ingots, such as what's in some of your factories? Is it really efficient? Alternate recipes. Yeah, let's talk about alternate recipes. So number one, flexibility. Okay, because maybe you have more copper nearby, or something like that, right? So I would say number one is flexibility. What's a good example? So let's do it this way. Let's head over to you're talking about iron ingots. Talking about practice. You guys should watch the try to catch the short on Monday. Not the game. Talk about practice. All right. So let's run some math, right? We don't have to run the math on this. 30 iron ingots, or 30 iron ore gets you 30 iron ingots. It's a 1-to-1 per minute. This is 25% more output if you do iron ingot, alloy ingot. It's literally 25% more. Now this one's worse because it's limestone. But if you have limestone, it's still better from an iron perspective. Right? You're doubling your iron if you happen to have some limestone nearby that you don't care about. Who cares? Right? If you don't care about the limestone and you're just like, hey, look, I have this limestone over here. Well, you can literally double. Right? This is 30 to 30. This is 25 to 50. You can double your iron ingot output with the same amount of iron ore. Now, this one is 25% of both together. Right? And then this is a double if you have sulfuric acid. Right? And this is almost double with some water. And pure iron ingot, this is the one that almost everybody uses because water is so available when you're making, this is the copper version of this, right? When you're making copper powder. Right here, look at this. This is 2.5 times. Right? Pure copper ingot. You add in some water and you get 2.5 times the copper ingot than a 1-to-1. Look at this one, 1-to-1, like 2.5 times. And copper powder requires so much. You would have to manage. Think about the scale of that. Like, you're talking about only needing 2 pure nodes instead of 5. And you know there's not 5 pure nodes, right? So then you have to start using impures, right? So it can drastically reduce the scale of your logistical support if you can do far more with far less. Or what about this one? There's a bunch of like petroleum coke is a freaking byproduct. Right? Heavy oil residue. Where's the byproduct? There's a way to make it as a byproduct. Isn't it the rocket fuel? Or am I thinking compacted coal? It's compacted. I was thinking compacted. But there's some things that you can do. I was mixed up petroleum coke with compacted coal. But that's a 2x1. I don't think anybody uses this one. This one's just so good. This one's really, really good. Water's easy to get. So I don't know. That's why I use it. Or I use alternate recipes to remove entire product lines. I don't play with any screws. I don't have any screws in any of my factories. What's the best part of the game is making screws. Fucking snut. Mail time. That's why you said mail time. I don't know what that is, bro. Reinforced iron plate, right? People need screws for reinforced iron plate. Nope. I usually go with this one. This is the first alternate recipe I get. Why? So I don't have to do screws. And let's look at the math. The math is not bad, right? So iron plate, 30 gets you 5. Okay, so 5 divided by 30 is 16.67%. And if you can do wire instead of screws, try that again. 5.75. Okay. 625 divided by. What is going on? 5.625 divided by, thank you, 18.75. 0.3. All right, the other answer was it's you get twice the amount of reinforced plates out of the same amount of iron. Now, you don't have to make screws. Yes, you do have to make wire, right? But there's nice fast ways to make wire too, like Caterium ingots to wire. Look at this beautiful recipe, right? You got some local Caterium, 15 per minute gets you 120 wire per minute. So now with a little bit of Caterium and less iron, you get the same amount of plates, reinforced iron plates, and you don't have to make screws. You have screws in your recipes, you don't feed any manifolds or transport screws at all. If your screws are traveling more than 10 meters, you're doing something wrong. I don't make them at all. I have some screws made just so that I can build the only thing I need screws for is when I build the awesome shop. That's it. That is it. All that's going to change with Satisfactory Plus. Bro, what is this bullshit? I don't even need that right now. And I really messed that up. Feed steel beams through a constructor? Sure. Yeah, you just make them locally. You make them part of the local environment, right? And I get that. For me, it's just one less thing I have to worry about automating. And I think there's value in that. And it helps, and it's funny that it's this, it's a meme, right? Not making screws and Satisfactory. There's the sound alerts being wrong about ads again. Yeah. Well, I mean, I built an entire factory, as you know, right? At the blueprint level, I do that. Right, so I don't make all of the quartz crystals someplace and then manifold it and then split it all out to all of the places making crystal oscillators. I just make the quartz crystal that I need with the crystal oscillator, and even though I have to underclock it, who cares? Then it's making exactly what this needs, and then this quartz crystal is making exactly what we need for the radio control unit. So I've got nested, as you put it, direct feeds, right? And then I just have to feed, I do have to feed the raw inputs, right? And I would have loved to have done more of this, but I went with more aesthetically pleasing than ease, right? Like I could have easily done, I mean, probably not rubber, right? But maybe AI limiters, but yeah. Might look at the stitched plate. Well, they work together. I think, and power. The most The most important alternate recipe in the game. I'm gonna do a whole thing on this. Heavy oil residue. This is the most important recipe in the game, and I'm gonna tell you why. We're gonna run a little experimente. All right, so we're gonna say we want fuel. Okay, this is you've just hit where you can make fuel into power, and you can make plastic, and you can make rubber. All right, you want to make some fuel. Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna say, hey, nearby, you've got some oil. All right, but you got, let's say 300 oil. You have Mark 1 pipes. You're like, look, I'm gonna take 300 oil, and I want to get as much fuel out of it as I can. All right. We do need. Yep. Okay. Perfect. This is regular old fuel recipe. Most people are going to be like, hey, oil into fuel. Perfect. And look, we got polymer resin. So we're going to do residual plastic. And look, you even got some plastic out of it. You could do half. You have 150 polymer resin. That's the key. 150 polymer resin to do with what you will. All right, so let's make a clone of this so we can reference this. Okay? And now I'm going to turn on heavy oil residue. Visualization. Okay. We have more plastic and we have more fuel. Okay, 200. It's what is that? It's 33, 1/3 again as much fuel. Okay, 66 is of 200 is 1/3, right? And then extra plastic, right? And oil is limited, right? It's not like iron where you just go get more iron. Who cares, right? The oil is what's limiting. Okay. Residual rubber and plastic from the polymer. That's the gateway to. I haven't even talked about diluted fuel. This is step 1. Okay. And then we do diluted fuel. The second most important recipe in the game. And these go together. Is diluted packaged fuel. And now 800 and 200 off of the same 300 oil. We have 4 times the polymer resin to make plastic and rubber, and 4 times the fuel. With heavy oil residue and diluted packaged fuel. I don't make power plants unless I use these 2. I don't do it. Now, do I need a little plastic to finish something off? Will I throw in some for something temporary? Yes. But, I mean, look at the difference. The same 300 oil makes you 200 and then 50. The combination of heavy oil residue and diluted packaged fuel gets you 800 and 200. 4x. Now this version is the one that you have available right as you unlock refineries. There is an even better version. It is the same mathematically, but this adds the complication of having to package water. But if you switch over to the diluted fuel version, which is blenders only, so you do have to unlock blenders, it is the same mathematically, but look how simple it is. You don't have to do any packaging. So you still get the same 200, 800, but you don't have to do the packaging shenanigans. This is when I build my real factories. And by the way, you need fuel as an input for the alternate recipe of rocket fuel. Nitro rocket fuel. Fuel is an importer, right? For rocket fuel. And because you can now combine 3 separate alternate recipes, you can get insane amounts of rocket fuel out of relatively small amounts of oil. So these alternate recipes compound on each other and allow you to do setups that you can get a lot more for the same amount of infrastructure or the same amount of buildings that you have to build. It's why I have one power plant that makes me 200,000 power, and I'm only using the oil from the purple crater, and I have thousands of plastic and rubber per minute on top of it. There was another one that tickled at my brain for a second that I really liked. Oh, aluminum. The alternate recipes for aluminum are just so much better as well. And I'm using those as well on my first floor. We go down to the first floor. 200 gigawatts easily at the Blue Crater. That's what I built, right? We looked at my power distribution earlier. 270,000. Now 45 of that is from the power boosters. Okay, but if you take out the 45 from the 270, right? All from Blue Crater. Plus ass loads of plastic and rubber. Sorry, Korthal, YouTube chat bugged. And then the second is that diluted blender that you were telling me to do instead of the refinery version. Yeah. Now, sometimes you got to bust out the refinery version because you have to. You can't really progress if you run into a power issue. But if you can squeak by, if you can be poor until you unlock blenders, then it's easier to build a much bigger factory. And it's just easier logistically. Aluminum, you have a perfect design. I was going to show you mine, but it's kind of spread out. All requires is a valve. I don't even have a valve in mine. Yeah, Ken's not seeing it. Let's see. I saw Oki sooner, but they screwed everything up, getting a bunch of hands cut. That sucks. And can you upload a new save after tonight? I will try. Yes, stitch plate, no screws. You knew what I was going to say. You knew what I was going to say. And let me show you one last blueprint here. Okay, so this automatically recycles the byproduct of water to make it so that your whole system needs less water and you don't have to worry about it. Mr. Bance, I see your chat. Hold on one sec. And thank you for I said, hold on. He immediately hits me with the sub. Thank you, man. I appreciate your Bezos bucks. I'll read your chat in a sec. So this setup right here, again, there's some direct feeding happening. This feeds in water. Copper, bauxite, and coal. Right? Yeah, coal. Water, copper, bauxite, coal. We get aluminum casing out. Okay, so the bauxite and the water make alumina solution, and it's sloppy alumina. It's the best way to go. I'm sorry. Sloppy alumina. And then we make, with the alumina solution, we make, with aluminum scrap, we make the scrap. We do need the coal here. That's why we need the coal. And then we have a byproduct of water. The water feeds back in, and it makes it so that instead of needing 166 water, you only need 66 water. Okay, because you got the 100 here. And the way I have the pipes designed is what makes it so that it makes sure to use up the 100 from this water before it eats the 60 from the pipe. Okay, and then we're doing pure copper ingots. We talked about those. That's an alternate recipe because, again, we already have water on site, right? We're bringing water in, so might as well bring in just a little bit more. And then we're getting a lot more bang for our buck out of copper. And why do we need copper and aluminum scrap? Well, the aluminum scrap makes the ingots. This is, again, another alternate recipe, pure aluminum ingot, which I love, right? You just take the aluminum scrap, make the aluminum ingots. You don't need to mess around with silica, right? There's like a silica byproduct and a bunch of bullshit. You don't have to do any of that. Okay, you just take the aluminum scrap, go right into aluminum ingots. I mean, I think this is why people have such a hard time with aluminum, because they're not using the alternate recipes. And then again, another alternate recipe, aluminum ingot plus copper ingot makes the aluminum casing. And I've got, I don't know, 8 of these blueprints banging away. You use the valve to limit the flow into the pair of machines. Yeah, I just line them all up, bus them with the water, and we're good to go. All right, Ray, have a good night. So there you go. This is a perfect example of the direct feed that we were talking about earlier. Also, it's got more alternate recipes than actual recipes. It's super efficient. I mean, I'm doing a lot with combining, and by the way, most of this is done through this planning tool, right? I'm letting the planning tool do the math on maximization for me. Another reason that I like this, everybody's like, Ken, why do you use Satisfactory tools instead of, Modeler? Well, it's for that reason, so that I can experiment and try different, alternate recipes. So anyway, there you go. That answers your question on alternate recipes. I think you need to keep an open mind about it. Is it something that every beginner has to immediately crack into? Definitely not. But it's one of those things, like in any good game, that adds another layer as you start to feel comfortable with the base layer, right? Then you can be like, ooh, what is this alternate recipe shenanigans? And you can start to increase, your skill by learning which, alternate recipes will improve your game. Okay. Mr. Bance, first time chatter, who is already subscribed with Prime. Thank you. Someone across your YouTube going down the rabbit hole, binged your whole playthrough, and it got me back into Satisfactory. Not played it in years. Which playthrough did you binge? Which playthrough, sir? I use ChatGPT to plan your whole playthrough. Satisfactory tools confuses me with the not whole numbers. I could understand that. I use it. I like it, and I use it. That to me is when you. That's just for, well, you know what I do? Overclocking and underclocking. But you know what I do is I fix the whole numbers. Look at this. I'm asking for exactly 12 modular frames extra so that I can build exactly 24 assemblers. Right? I'm asking for, who cares if I get 22 or 22 and a half heavy modular frames per minute? I don't care. Why did I ask for 22 and a half? So that it would tell me to build exactly 8. So I just do a little bit of quick math to figure out the whole number there. The Cyberpunk, you binged the Cyberpunk playthrough. Did you watch the VODs or did you watch the episodes that stopped after the starter factories? Are you all caught up on my VODs? Like you watched Wednesday's VOD? We're in the Cyberpunk right now. The episodes. Okay. Well, the episode stopped before I started the city. Have you seen the city? Because I stopped making episodes. I did do little shorties. So maybe you saw those, like little 20-minute like cuts. But I stopped making the edited episodes. Last episode was a tour of the city. You're right. I think we're talking about different terminology. You watch the playlist, and in that playlist, I have put any short videos about this, but I did stop the regular episodes. I'm sure you noticed the format changed. So in my brain, I was thinking when you said episodes, I was thinking that earlier format. So yes, you have seen this because I've been putting them in that playlist for people like you to try to give you something to watch, who enjoyed those first few episodes. But I was wondering if you binged the VODs, because that would have been insane. But no, it makes more sense and is much more logical that you binged the episode playlist. All right. This is foggy. That's like dark. No time for that. Only found you. Yeah. Well, no worries. That's what I was kind of like. I was like, oh, really? That would have been insane. I'm curious. What was the first video of mine that you saw? I always ask people that chat with me like you are, because I'm trying to figure out like what, in order to help grow my channel, like what's working, like what was the pipeline that got you to my live stream? If my goal is to get more live stream viewers, right? Like what worked? That makes sense. Hello, this is cool with the red on the conveyor lifts. Ah, thanks. This is we were just talking about this aesthetic earlier. This is a pretty different style in this factory, in this building that I have. I'm somewhat happy with this. There we go. That's better. I've got a little bit different aesthetic going in this building. This is Arasaka Tower from Cyberpunk. And I've got a little kind of evil empire thing happening. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Just scrolling through now. Shit, what did I ask you? I'm getting tired. Oh, I asked you how you found my content, right? Oh, yeah. Well, okay. But what was the first? Well, YouTube is not going to serve you my live stream unless you are already watching my stuff, right? So I have to get people to watch non-live stream content, and then if you watch my non-live stream content, then there's a chance that YouTube will serve you up, or actually, in your case, Twitch will serve you up the live stream, you know, on the homepage. This is really neat. Femton, did you see when I showed the city just a few seconds ago? Or did you just, you've seen this. That wasn't your first time chat. You've been here before. The first video I watched of yours was when you were setting up your water system with the trains. Packing the water for the train. Oh, the Star Wars save? That was a long time ago. Yeah, you've seen it. YouTube chat. Yeah, that would be well over 1,000 hours, Korthal. That's why I was curious. I was like, oh, do we have like an insane person in the channel with us who binged 170 VODs that are on average 6 hours each? Hello, what does the mug do? The mug doesn't do anything. It's something for me to hold that is out of the way viewing wise for you guys, so you can see things better. It does, I can drink it, and it steams a little bit sometimes, but it doesn't do anything. The Boss 5.0 YouTube Short Factory Tour. That's the first one you saw? Nice. The shorts are doing their job. Yeah, you were only served that video within the last 2 weeks. Oh, was that a short? Kylern? That was a short, right? Not the VOD of me packaging that. The source of the short. Mr. Bance, the first video, I believe, was the first video of the playlist. I believe it was just a general binge of Satisfactory. Okay, and it was recommended and saw you live. Okay, cool. So the first, so the edited episodes got you here, not shorts. Okay, good to know. I am bringing back the edited episodes, guys. I think I've got my editing workflow down to a place that I can commit to that once again, and I'm practicing with the Star Rupture playthrough, and so and I will be bringing it back for my next big Satisfactory playthrough, which will be Satisfactory Plus. What goes in the alien power augmenter? You don't have to put anything in there to run it. There's a construction cost of sloops. Now you can put something in there at the end game and make them like soup them up, like make them like, you know, it's over 9,000. Like you can do that to your power augmenters end game. That's why they have a belt hole, but they are not required to give you benefit. It's like an amplifying force. And then you see more, so you went and watched the video over an hour long. Nice. Well, that was a very old series. As you can tell, I use a camera now, and my mic is significantly better. I've gotten better at a lot of the technical aspects of YouTube and live streaming since that 1 hour edited episode. So both of you guys on Twitch are here because of edited episodes. And then I'm getting some answers over on YouTube. Korthal, dang, the birds are tweeting outside. Time to go to sleep. Sorry, Korthal, I didn't say goodnight. Watch some Satisfactory content, then your shorts popped up. Now the live stream is on my YouTube homepage. I do have, when anybody watches any Satisfactory content, I think it's pretty much me and Doc that have the YouTube shorts for Satisfactory. That's what, and by the way, we can thank Minikin for that. She's the one that, my daughter, who helped me get those shorts going. And then we're kind of keeping them going. Let's see. Ron, I found you on a rainy Sunday morning, turned on the TV, started YouTube, and had just started your Star Wars theme and update 8. I was hooked that day on your style and ability. Well, joke's on you. Been watching me all this time. Still haven't beaten the game. Ron, you seriously are one of the people that have been watching me the longest. Absolutely ridiculous. I appreciate it. Ron, okay, hey, you know what? It's been, there's a couple more comments here. I've got a question for everybody that's watching. I asked this question to the live stream a few hours ago, but there's a completely different subset of people watching than there was then. So I want to get your guys' thoughts on an idea, and it's related to the future Satisfactory Plus playthrough. Let me work through the rest of these comments. Mr. Bance, quick on the related question. I have the same mic as you. For years, I've done everything I can think of. Cannot for the life of me to get it to sound as good as yours. When I try to get rid of background noise, etc., it makes you sound all robot-y. My world is cute in comparison to yours. I will show you what I'm using. So I bought 2 pieces of equipment to go with this microphone. I bought the XLR audio interface from Beacon. Okay, and this is where I plug, what do you have? The Focusrite? You probably have the Focusrite. All right. I got this because I had it too, and almost everybody has it. I got this, and I can hear myself in real time by putting my headphones directly into this audio interface. And then I bought this. And this helps me manage the mix of the sounds, but this is what gives me this live control over my mic. Okay, so I've got an EQ with some different things, right? And if we turn this off, I'm afraid to turn it off. This is what I sound like on a neutral profile without all the settings dialed in. And this is what I sound like with all the settings in. I think it's a really bad test because I don't even have the output set correctly. How about this? I didn't have any output at all. Better? Yeah. So the software is doing a ton of the heavy lifting, right? It's got gain, output gain, mic gain, all of this EQing, which I've set up specifically for my room and my voice. It's got noise suppression that is really clean. It's really light, and doesn't make me sound robot-y. It's got an expander so it can cut out soft sounds. Like if you watch the waveform, I'll type. That's typing sounds. So the mic cuts out almost all of it, but still leaves my voice in. So what else? Compression, just some basic compression, nothing crazy. And then I can have custom settings for like how loud the mic monitor is so I can hear myself. This is really, really good software. And it has helped me sound the way that I sound. You can do a lot of that stuff separately with other software, but this has worked the best for me. And I also have I have the regular pop filter. You can see it right there, but then I have a secondary pop filter as well, and that helps. And I get pretty close, and close to the mic is always better. Okay, question, guys. Let me try to ask this question while I continue to build. What do you guys think of me doing the hardest possible satisfactory game? And I define that as maximum difficulty settings in Satisfactory Plus. So not just Satisfactory Plus, which is difficult. Yeah, you're welcome, Mr. Vance. But all the hard modes turned all the way up. And I don't even know if it's possible. But I've got some ideas, right? Things like underclocking to 5%. Would you guys find that interesting? Now, there'll be frustrating parts, for sure. But it will be extremely hard. And then basically, I bill it as I would beat that in a few hours. No. I do want to do some co-op with my brother. Some speed running of. Did I hit everything? I think I got everything. Some speed running of Satisfactory. And our goal would be under 10 hours to beat the whole game, just two of us, right? And then get lower from there. So okay, Mr. Vance, it took him 50 hours to get to smart plating. That's just Satisfactory Plus. Okay. 1.2 is coming out in a few months, a month or two, whatever. And it will have difficulty sliders. Okay. When you create a game, node randomization, and we can do all impure and node randomization, cost multipliers for the recipes and the bill and the space elevator parts. Yes, space elevator deliverables and power consumption. The power consumption to me and the impure nodes, those two are, I think, way worse than these other ones. And especially early game. So the difficulty of Satisfactory Plus combined with the difficulty under 1.2. I mean, if you want to spend a year, Come on. I could do it. You know I could do it. I could do it. And now, and see, just talking about it, and then saying that, you know, and maybe it can't be done. But here's the thing. I know that I don't know enough to make it accurate, to know whether or not I can do it or not. But that's the fun. Like, somebody who really knows would say, don't do that. That's a terrible idea. I know that it's hard, but I don't know how hard. What can't I do? Satisfactory Plus is very difficult. And the difficulty adjustments that they are adding to the game in 1.2, which isn't out yet in full release, but when it is, the difficulty adjustments that they are adding to the game are also extremely difficult. And it would be compounding difficulties. So I am not 100% sure that I could do it. But I mean, I think that's kind of the fun, right? So I don't know. Thinking about it. Haven't committed. I have not committed. But I mean, I need something new, you guys. Like, look what I've already done. If I don't do new difficult things, like, I know, Ron, that's what I'm worried about. Ron, you hit the nail on the head, right? You can make it harder, but not too much harder. I might get burned out. Maybe, you know, but not max harder. I know that's the difficulty. But what if I can do something nobody else has done or would be too smart to not even try? That would be the drive for me. You know, the thing that would make it exciting. But I could also pitch it as, you know, I'm going to try. And if I can't do it, then, you know, restart with more moderate settings. But I'm not going to do it twice. Right? I'm not going to do medium difficulty and then come back through and be like, oh, I think I can do it now, and do a hard mode difficulty. Like, I want to go for it, right? I want to do something so crazy that nobody else would even dream of doing it. Because, you know, I'm me. Think about the factory. What would the ore requirements be when the final item is built if you had 2x set? Well, everything would take longer, and I get that. The space elevator parts don't matter. The amount of space elevator parts, it doesn't matter. Okay? Doesn't matter. And I'll tell you why later, but just trust me, it doesn't matter. The amount of items that you get when you make something matters a little bit more. But in the end, that doesn't really even matter that much. Hey, Egyptian. Because I build big factories. And I spend a lot of time. Guys, it's going to be 1,000 hours or more playthrough. I mean, we're at 1,700 hours on this playthrough. And I've made the space elevator parts probably 100 times over. I've gotten the golden nut. I mean, how many tickets do you need for the golden nut? $1,000? Child's play. I laugh at your 1,000 tickets. I have 1,600 in my dimensional depot. Would you like to know how many I have that I haven't printed? Another 1,000. I have almost 3 times the amount needed. I could buy 3 golden nuts, right? And I haven't even beaten the game yet. And I didn't even make these factories very big. These are small factories. The problem is power. The real problem is power. Going all impure and random is just annoyance. That will annoy me. It will. That'll annoy the shit out of me. But the real problem is power. 100x space elevator is fine, but if it's 2x input, what are actually the settings? Is the hardest 2x input? Okay, that's 200 times more. You need twice as big a factory, and you need to hold it for 100 times more. To me, I don't know. You let it build, you let it save up. I don't know. Like, it's hard. Yeah, it's hard. That's the point. But like, I need something hard. Giggity. And maybe it can't be done. But can you imagine, like, the satisfaction, no pun intended, of being able to actually do it? You know, and it would definitely be, you know, I would need, it would actually push me. Plus mod already adds many steps with all. I know. That's why it would be the hardest version ever. There are people already right now, Ron, doing hardest Satisfactory vanilla in 1.2. There are people doing it. I understand the layers. I get it. But it is 2. That's the maximum. I'm not even, look, I have so many summer sloops that, and again, that's where power comes in. I know, man. I know. I hear you. We would be scraping by, right? We would be barely getting it. I'd have to underpower machines. You think the 2x. All right, I hear you on the 2x. I still think power is the worst. And we talked about this earlier. I would have to probably do 5% or less. So that means that I actually need to build like 20 times the amount of machines at a 5%. I did this early. Do I still have it up? I don't have it up. I closed it. Satisfactory 1.2. No. Satisfactory power. Oh, here it is. Now do 5% underclock. Okay, with a blender, running 20 blenders at 5% matches the output of one full speed blender, but consumes 28.6 megawatts instead of 75, saving 61.8% of your power. Wait, clock reduced. One blender uses 5% versus 95. It didn't understand my question. It gave me answers on two different ways to but I meant this one. Right? So I'd have to do stuff like this. Or 1%. But, you know. The thing is, I would be doing it. Guys, you know why I'd be doing it. Because my ego demands that I do things so that I can say how good I am at Satisfactory. All right, trifecta. I'm going for the trifecta, okay? You'll watch either way. Trifecta, right? Cosmetics, large scale cosmetics. All right, I think I can say I'm in the top 10 Satisfactory players. Okay? On YouTube, on content creators, not players, right? Because that's too broad and that's unknowable. But in terms of like content creators, okay, we'll say a solid top 10. If I can get good at speed running, that's 2 down. That's 2 things, 2 different disciplines of Satisfactory. Cosmetics, beating the game quickly. And then if I go for difficulty with Satisfactory Plus on full difficulty mode, I don't think there's a thing as how good I am. Am I at this? No. You're right, but like, I don't like this. I was trying to do something new. I don't like it. I'm joking, right? But I'm not. You're right. But still, I want to be able to say it. It doesn't have to be true. I didn't say it had to be true. I just want to be able to say it. I'm of course joking. Mostly, I just want to challenge myself. I want to do something truly difficult. We're gonna kill this one too. If you make a YouTube series out of it, it will be also 20x more editing. The difficulty setting, 20x more editing as well. That I would not do. I detest editing far more than I get irritated by difficulty and Satisfactory. And then I gotta change this one too. Speed running is messy. It's not for you. No, that's actually the one I'm gonna do first. I actually am. I have it up. Me and my brother are gonna do co-op. We're gonna try to beat this time, and I think we can. It'll take a little practice, but we can beat this. I'm not gonna try to compete with Epiphany. I'm not gonna do that. I know what you're saying. It's messy in terms of like spaghetti, but I will spaghetti if I have a goal. I have spaghettied before, and I will spaghetti again. Again, guys, I'm going to be real with you. You ready for some real talk? All right, I've been kind of joking around a little bit the last few minutes here. Real talk. Finishing this playthrough is boring fuck out of me. I don't want to finish this playthrough. I'm doing it to complete it, to see it done. But actually logging in to beat this, I am counting the hours, okay? I need to do something different, or I'm not going to play Satisfactory, right? I cannot do this like freaking like, okay, all right, we're going to place. I can't do this anymore. I've done it for 1,700 hours. Now I'm happy with what I've done, but I cannot start another playthrough doing this, right? So the content that I want to do is designed around doing something different for myself. Now, of course, we're making jokes about, being the best Satisfactory player ever. But the real reason is I do want to keep playing Satisfactory because I like the game, but I've only really explored a couple of aspects out of it, right? And there's 2 whole aspects that I haven't really interacted with. The speedrunning part, if I got good at speedrunning and like memorized a bunch of stuff, and we could do a little bit of cosmetics while I keep talking, right? And if I really got good at it, it would open up my regular Satisfactory game by a lot. You know what I mean? And I think the same thing with hard modes. And because here's the deal. Both things are appealing to me. Doing hard mode vanilla Satisfactory, very, very, very appealing to me. Okay? But so is Satisfactory Plus. And I don't want to do 2 playthroughs. I don't want to say, oh, I did Satisfactory Plus because it's really hard. There are people right now doing under 1.2 doing the hardest possible settings. I've rated him. He could be freaking watching right now. I'm so sorry. I can't remember the name. You're probably watching right now. Or they're live. It's 2 friends that play together. They're doing it right now. They've got a bunch of cages of doggos, because the best way to get materials is to capture doggos. And then, he's got like 200 doggos, and they're freaking getting materials that way, right? That's awesome. I love that shit. They're probably going to have the game beat. And he said the worst part was when he first started, and it's going to be hard. Will Satisfactory Plus even be compatible with the new changes? I'm a part of their Discord, and I missed. And they are going to, in order for it to be compatible with 1.2, I believe they have to account for 1.2. And I won't be able to play Satisfactory Plus until 1.2, until it comes out with 1.2 compatibility. And it may not necessarily be the same day the 1.2 hits live, right? It probably won't be. And so in reality, I could probably run some testing on full hard mode and get a better feel for it, because Satisfactory Plus won't be ready. Ooh, this is wrong. Hold on. I have to stop and think for a second, and then I'll keep talking. What do we do for corners? Oh, no, we do it on the corner. Okay. All right, corner's fine. And so, but yes, I believe the plan is for them to do both. I believe that's the current plan. All the difficulty settings within Satisfactory Plus. If they don't do them all, or if there's some version of it that whatever they do whatever is available under Satisfactory Plus, that's what I would want to do, right? Obviously, I can't do what doesn't exist. Guys with big underground builds, I haven't watched them too much. All I know is the doggos. Usually by the time I raid them, I'm so tired that I can't stay up and watch them. I have to immediately go to bed. There's a bunch of chat that I missed. I agree that Space Parse Max and Power Mod awesome, but like I wrote, I will watch either way. Yeah, I don't think they're okay. Speedrunning is messy. Okay, we talk about it. Yeah, you do have that right because of what you have built. I do. Yeah, I just need to do something else. You know, and I want to continue growing my channel, and it's very clear that YouTube wants me to be a satisfactory content creator, and I want to be too. There was definitely some conflicting interests when Ashes of Creation was a thing, because I genuinely enjoyed playing that. Right now, but I love automation games, right? It's not like I am not enjoying Satisfactory and I don't want to play it anymore. I think I've just kind of pushed myself into a bit of a corner with taking on this cosmetic challenge that I have with the cyberpunk city, and it's gotten to the point where I don't enjoy like building Arasaka Tower and designing it and stuff, that architectural stuff. You know, I did it because I've done it two in a row, right? I did the Star Wars playthrough as well, and that was the same stuff, and I basically did the same way of playing Satisfactory 2 playthroughs in a row. And I need to change it up. I need to do something different. And I won't be able to do science. I won't be able to do crazy aesthetic builds because I won't have the bandwidth to make thousands and thousands of parts for cosmetics, right? We'll have to be careful. We'll have to be stingy a little bit, and that isn't normally, but I'll also have to build really big factories. Like by definition, I'll have to build really big factories. So maybe I hate it, but I need to do something else. That's what I'm thinking about. Have you tried Alchemy Shop Factory? I haven't. And then Audacious Titan. By the way, thank you for the first time chat, both the Shy 98 and Audacious Titan. Thank you for the first time chatting on Twitch. Speedrunning is a fun challenge. Adds an entirely new dynamic. And I'll be speedrunning with my idiot brother Melkor, which will add a whole new dynamic. I think that co-op is perfect for me because I don't like the running around. I want to build, and Melkor doesn't want to build. He wants to run around, and so it works perfectly for us. We've been chatting about it, and I do have some technical hurdles to get over. I've got to figure out how to do the live splits correctly on my streaming computer, because I'm playing where OBS is on a different computer than where Satisfactory is. And so there's some technical difficulties I'll have to solve to live stream effectively the speed runs. But you know, we'll figure that out. Melkor, well, it's from Lord of the Rings. It's Sauron's original name. His name was Melkor. No, sorry. It's Sauron's boss's original name. It was Melkor and Morgoth, right? And then Sauron was Morgoth's lackey. So the main bad guy in Lord of the Rings was actually just the apprentice of the real bad guy that got defeated thousands of years earlier, and his dead name is Melkor. So it's some heavy duty deep lore Lord of the Rings reference. Is my my brother's screen name. And Gamer Programmer, yo, what up? Hey, Mental Madness, do you have a current favorite spot in your current factory? Like the one spot you always pass by and it's like, wow, I did awesome on that. No, it's not his real name. His real name is like generic white boy. Actually, it's not that generic, but it is white boy name. Mikey calls him his real name all the time. If you watch our Star Rupture VODs, he calls him it all the time. What do I like looking at visually? Well, so visually speaking, I think the roads, these 4 towers are very, very cool because of everything that I put into them. But I think I'm most proud of the roads as a general system. I think it's the gas station. The gas station that we can't see, it's over here. Can I even scooch around? I don't know if I can even scooch around to see it. No, the other building's in the way. But the Nostromo gas station is very cool. I really like the Nostromo gas station. I don't know. I actually kind of like everything that I've built. Otherwise, I wouldn't have built it. If that makes sense. But that's sort of a shitty answer to your question. But I think the gas station is my favorite. If there is time between when I start my 1.2 playthrough and when I finish this playthrough that isn't being taken up by speedruns, remember I have to have Melkor with me to do it, right? And I stream more than he does. I'm looking at Shapes 2. I want to beat Shapes 2 because it's been fully released and I haven't had a chance to go back to it. So I'll play Shapes 2, and I've already played it on the channel before I play something brand new. But guys, in general, I'm really kind of trying to focus this channel over the next 1 to 2 years into Star Rupture and Satisfactory only. Like I said, we might do a little bit of one-off here and there for Shapes 2 or maybe the Crust. But I don't, but only because I've played them before on the channel and I already know I like them. I probably will not be doing anything, maybe Factorio, but like, I don't even know about that. Every time I see those buildings, I'm quickly reminded that your world is ran by cavemen. Hey, you know, we all started off as cavemen. I'm in real talk mode, you guys. It's late. I didn't get enough sleep. All right, I'm a little punchy. You bought the Crust but not played it? The Crust needs more time to cook. That Crust is raw. Sorry for the food pun. It needs more time in the oven. They are working on it, and I think when they're done, it will be a very good game. But it's a little when it works, it's fun. But there's some issues. How many more hours would you guess it would take to complete this playthrough? I have, after this floor, I have 3 floors left. They're going to take about 1 week a piece. That's about 12 hours of streaming. So 3 times 12 plus to finish this floor off, maybe another 4. and the tower is done. Well, the floors are done. Let's say another week to run everything to here. That's another, let's say 16, 2 long streams. Oh, I did time 16. Damn it. F Tucker. 3 times 12 plus 4 plus 16. That's 56. And then I would say 2 weeks of debugging and doing final touches. So let's say plus 32 more, 88, 100 hours. And in under 100 hours, I'll finish this off. Games you're playing currently: Star Rupture, Humanity, Z, Windrose of all building aspects. Star Rupture is the only factor game of those. How many more hours would you guess it will take? Okay, I answered that. And then Dyson Sphere. Yeah, I played a little Dyson Sphere and it looks good. It looks like I could really enjoy it, but there's so much, right? Like, you can only do what you can do. I would probably do another Factorio playthrough before I tackle Dyson Sphere. Okie Sooner, you just made it home, bro. You doing okay though? Hopefully you got a little extra pay. Maybe not. I know how those kind of gigs go, but maybe. You accidentally took revenge on a family member. He got you hooked on Satisfactory. You got him hooked on Shapes too. Justice. I always do the uncle, the mean uncle from Harry Potter. He has a really funny scene when Harry gets expelled, and he says justice in like this horrifyingly like irritating way that is hilarious to me. And so I can't like do an impression justice, but it is pretty funny. It reminded me of that. Revenge, justice. Played a bit of Shapes 2. Dare I say it's more satisfying than Satisfactory. What interests me in Shapes 2 is the programming and the any shape combinator or whatever. The any shape machine, whatever it's called. I never finished mine. I got interrupted because freaking Satisfactory had to go and release 1.0, and I've been here for 1,700 hours playing the same damn cyberpunk city. What are you gonna do? You LOL'd hard. You know what I'm talking about though, right? He does this really like irritating like mouth gesture. Like he says justice with like his eyes closed and his teeth showing. And then he like opens his mouth. He's like, justice. It's so it's so obnoxious. It's hilarious. So yeah, you got him back. If I ever became a content creator, I'd be in trouble. My ADHD brain would have me jumping between games nonstop and never be able to finish anything. I intimated that I was going to give you guys some real talk, and then I got distracted. I have been treating this channel very seriously. I put a lot of time into this channel. I put in some weeks, I put in more time in this channel than I do with my job that pays all of my bills and provides for my family. I do this because I want to give a real and true attempt at being able, combined with other sources of income, as this being a way for me to basically full-time. We'll call it full-time. All right. Need to be able to make more than $1,000 a month. Okay. I've given myself a time limit. And if I can't do it with this channel, in that time limit, I won't close this channel, but I will drastically change how I treat this channel. I might even close YouTube memberships. I haven't decided. This is all still stuff. We're in the middle of the night, in the middle of only my most crazy most loyal viewers will ever hear me say this stuff, right? We're at the tail end, of a stream that, the VOD watchers, I feel like you guys are the people that need to know this. I'm not going to talk about this on my Discord or anything like that, and it's still something that I'm still figuring out the details of. But in general, I need to put a time limit for me, because I've been doing this for 3 years, on how long am I going to do this and attempt this, because I have other YouTube ideas that I cannot do while I'm going 100% on this and also keep my job. I can't do all three. So I wouldn't close this channel down by any means. I would still play. I love playing games, but it would turn into more of a hobby and less like an attempt to essentially go full time. Does that make sense? And so I would be playing random stuff. I wouldn't play just Satisfactory. I would do more casual stuff. I wouldn't stream. I would stream probably once a week. I wouldn't really do edited videos. I might do shorts, maybe, but I wouldn't do the other edited video styles, right? So, it would be a big change, a big departure. But I want to give myself somewhere, I haven't decided, but it's somewhere between 18 months and 2 years. Definitely the full next playthrough, and maybe even another full playthrough after that, depending on how long it lasts. But and I want to give it everything. I want to give, leave no stone unturned. We're going to do the full edited episodes. We're going to do shorts. We're going to do the whole thing, right? Everything that I've learned over the past 3 years, I'm going to give it everything that I can. And then if I can't make it, then I know, and that's okay, right? And then I'll start my other YouTube channel, which I already know what it's going to be, right? And you guys will know, right? And this would just turn into something that I do 10 or 12 hours a week instead of 40 to 45 hours a week. So there you go. There's a little dose of real talk. Now, the pay is what you get no matter the weather. Had to hike 4-something miles to get your Jeep because the bus stopped at the wrong spot. You did enjoy the lightning all the way. So happy to be here with your friends. Welcome, Okie Sooner. Really appreciate it, man. Topic is hot. The kids are arriving, and their mother says, turn the TV off. We'll catch you the rest of the VOD. Hey, let him watch the TV. No, I'm just kidding. The topic is hot. I was pretty much done. We'll chat more. We'll chat later, Ron. I was pretty much done. Then when you make it, you can hire an editor. When I make it on channel, yeah, that's what I'll do. When I make it on channel B, I'll be like, all right, now go back and edit for both my channels. All right, so I got a question, real quick question. Do you earn from YouTube? How much is it worth it? I'm going to answer that, but I want you to understand some context first. If I made $500 a month on YouTube, what percentile of success would that represent against all YouTube channels? $99th percentile. Depending on how you count it. 95 to 96% of all YouTube channels are completely unmonetized. I was monetized within 2 months. I was in the top 5 percentile within 2 months. I got partially lucky. There definitely was some luck, but I also planned and worked really hard for it. But I also got a little lucky. So within 2 months of starting, and by the way, most people spend years before getting monetized. I was in the top 5% in 2 months. Okay, 98th percentile, $100 to $200 a month, 99th percentile at $1,000 and above. Only 1% of all channels cross the $1,000 per month threshold. Full-time six-figure earners represent a minuscule fraction. All right. I'm making about $1,000 a month between everything. Some months are higher, some months are lower. The most I've ever made was right about $2,000 to $2,500 when I was consistently pumping out edited episodes. Yeah, I know, Jakes. I know. But just real quick, and I'm trying to rebuild, and look, me doing Ashes of Creation hurt my channel. Like it did. But I'm at $460 for the month on YouTube alone. But as you can see, it's $100 less than average for the last 25 days. Usually I'm at between $500 and $600 on just YouTube. And then I've got a Patreon that has a little bit of money. And then I also have Twitch, right? Twitch brings in like an extra like $250. So a good month in the last 6 months would be $1,000. And I'm trying to like pull, like I've been kind of nosediving. Right? It's hard to see. I get spikes, but what happened here? I think I had a viral video here. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I did. One of my shorts went viral. Shorts throw everything off. YouTube shorts do. But anyway, so it's $1,000 a month. Now look, if I lived in like, Ray's not here. I was going to make fun of her state. Mississippi, right? $1,000 a month goes a lot further than Northern California, guys. Shorts do not make a lot. No. I have a short. Here, I'll show you quick. My very, 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 very best short. By a lot. Like by a lot. $3.3 million views. I basically hit the lottery. $420. This is over the course of months and months and months and months. The average short like down here in the 30,000s, $14. Compare that to my very best long form video, which is the first video on my channel. I blew up with my very first video, $500, $530 off of 130,000 views. So you have to get ridiculously high views with shorts. But that's my best one. Most even, you know, look at the drop off. You know, it's like 130, 100. These are all older videos, right? This is when I told you, right? I was making like $2,000 a month for a while. It was when these videos were doing well. My very best videos. These are all old. I haven't had a good video in a long time. I can't even think of, I mean, we still haven't gotten to any. This one right here, this is the most recent one, 2025, right? It's way down here, and $30. So anyway, that's why, and most of my channel's income is right now being supported by like gift memberships and gift subs and stuff like that. It's individuals donating to me, essentially, much more than the ad revenue. Here's the thing, is it worth it? It depends on what it is for you. For me, I really enjoy the live streams. I love talking with you guys. I love hanging out. I would do a podcast, right? Like the Satisfactory, and I love Satisfactory. I love playing video games. I love running my own business. I love the business aspect of it, right? I love planning and strategizing. It's a joke. And I love all of that stuff, but it is a lot of work. I've got 5 kids. I have a full-time job. You know, I do this from home because I work from home. I don't have a commute. I spend the 2 hours a day that I would be commuting, or the hour and a half a day, working on my channel, either editing or live streaming or whatever. I've given up Friday nights and Saturday nights with my family to do this, right? And it's all part of, you know, trying to grow something that's mine, that I have control over, that I enjoy doing, and that I don't have to leave the house in order to provide for my family and to have my own business. Plus, I like doing it, right? So all of those things make it a good fit for me, even at $750. But as I just said, if I can't significantly turn, you know, get some growth up, you know, in 18 months to two years, then I'll probably pivot to a different YouTube channel. Live in London, $1,000 a month if you're lucky. You can get your rent out a closet. Yeah. I mean, bro, San Francisco. Here, let's go. How much or what kind of apartment can you get for $1,000 a month in San Francisco? You cannot get a standard private standalone apartment. The average monthly rent for a standalone studio, which is no walls, is roughly $2,200 to $2,700. Same question for Sacramento. I don't live in San Francisco, but it's close, 2 hours. You can occasionally score a standalone residential unit, but it's more like $1,800 a month. Same question for London in USD and then in pounds. entirely impossible. About the same. Yeah, 2,700. Compare London to major US cities in terms of apartment rent. New York is more expensive than London. San Francisco is about the same. Los Angeles, Miami, a little bit cheaper. Chicago, Austin, significantly cheaper. So you're right in there, with San Francisco, not quite New York level. So it makes sense, right? That's kind of what I was getting at, right? Like if I live someplace else, $1,000 a month, you know, would mean a lot more than it does for me. Which is one of the reasons why we're considering moving. Lithuania for 4 to 500. Is that euros? Is Lithuania on euros? Sorry, I don't know. Or do you mean USD? You can get a decent place to live. Yeah. These are both wrong. I do want to move. If it was me in isolation, I would have already moved. But my parents I've got their 5 grandkids. Well, Melkor has one, so you know, and my parents aren't getting any younger. I need to be around. I'm the oldest. You know what I mean? And we're all here. But I would move. I tell you right now, you know what I want to do? I don't think I've ever said this on the channel. We're getting a lot of real talk tonight, you guys. You know what I want to do? I want to spend 2 years learning Japanese and move to Hokkaido permanently. Work there long enough to get a work visa, get permanent residence, and I want to move to Japan. I don't think I will ever do that. I've never visited. That's what I want to do. But that's not going to happen. No, that's just for the apartment. Understood. Yeah, that's what we were talking about. That's all good. Apples to apples. It's crazy how much the location matters. You need to go out and live in the sticks. I know. I could support myself. Well, here's the thing, right? Like, I would get paid the same amount to do my job if I lived in Nevada, Oregon. I mean, I have a coworker who at COVID, she moved back to Ohio. Now, she's probably not going to stay there in the business. She's not going to be a coworker for forever, right? But like, I can complete my work. Now, I'd probably take a little bit of a pay cut because I wouldn't be able to come in and do training like I do now. No, we don't want this. We don't want this. But I would keep the vast majority of my money, and I could cut my living expenses in half if I moved. And my wife and I talk about it all the time. I just don't. And it's for taxes. And I love California weather. I would miss it. I love the California landscape. I love the California food. But like the real reason is family considerations, you know? Didn't realize you could sweat from your kneecaps. Why do you think I said Hokkaido? Why do you think I said Hokkaido, bro? I'm an anime fan? Not really. I mean, sort of. But that's not the driving. No, is this? Yeah, I messed this up. That's okay. I can fix it. That's not the driving thing for that. It's hard to explain. It's hard to explain exactly, but it's not anime, or at least not solely anime. Played Pokemon Go with the locals in Tokyo. That's sick. And I'd want to go full. I'd want to like not half-ass it. I don't do anything half-assed. As you guys can see, I don't do anything half-assed. I'd want to fully learn the language. My daughter, Minikin, wants to learn Japanese as well. We may learn Japanese anyway. I want to play Go. That's actually one of my YouTube channel ideas, but I probably won't do it. I want to learn how to play Go, like really learn it. That's only part of it. It's hard to explain. I don't know if I can fully explain why. You know, I have to continue thinking about it to fully be able to explain it. It's extremely humid there, and much of Japan. Simrian, where's your typical weather? Where do you live? Where your weather is? UK? You said UK, right? I mean, the weather in Japan is very, very similar to the Midwest in the United States, and like Texas and the Gulf states, and it's very, very similar. Very, very not like the UK. You would have a hard time in Texas and like Atlanta. Oh my God, Atlanta is disgusting. You people that live in Atlanta, you guys are sick. Disgusting. Florida, gross. Keep in mind, it's a seismic disaster area. Bro, I live in Japan. Or I live in Japan. I live in California. We're a seismic disaster area too. Plus, we have fires. So I would be downgrading from earthquakes and fires to just earthquakes. That's an upgrade. California it's probably not quite as bad as Japan, but it's up there. And we definitely have the fires on them. I felt an earthquake last week. Because I get motion sick. So I felt the earthquake. I was sitting in my chair, and I immediately got nauseous, and I felt like the swaying. You know, it's like somebody's, if you've never felt an earthquake, like a light one, not a heavy one, but like a light one, it felt like one of my kids was behind my chair, like gently kicking my chair. Monsoon. Yeah, I mean, every place has their weather issues. And like I said, I would miss the weather in California the most. And access to really high quality food is something Californians take for granted. Like year round, like really high quality produce. And how we doing here? East meets west a little bit here. Let's see. Oh my God, did I line it up perfectly? Holy crap. Yeah, monsoons. Thailand's a good value for money. Thailand has even a worse weather than freaking Japan does. I would not want to live anywhere that is as humid as somewhere like Texas or Florida or Atlanta or Thailand or Philippines, and even most of Japan is super, super, super humid. Sorry, I'm too fat for that. Sorry. Guys, while we were chatting, we knocked out all of that. Japan's quakes destroy cities. Well, my friend, so does California's. Like I get it. I know. I get it. It's the same. It's the same stuff. Again, you know. I mean, we live. I live on a fault line. It's the same stuff. But I understand. And like I said, I still wouldn't have to deal with the fires, so. Let's start here. Cherry blossoms, and it was freezing cold and then hot immediately after. Yeah. I know you guys don't have your air conditioning. I know, that's a whole thing. Bro, we could talk about like weather and food differences and even natural disasters. We'll add that across countries. I love talking about that stuff. You're naturally warm. Me too. My wife and I have talked about moving to the Pacific Northwest, right? Like Washington State, but the rainy parts. I actually really like the rain. But it's not humid at all. It's cool, but just rainy all the time. But very little coolness. I mean, humidity. That's what I meant to say. Come to Lebanon, beautiful weather, and with the currency collapse, you'll be a billionaire. Well, cost of living in Japan is one of the reasons. That's part of it, right? I don't know about the Middle East. I don't know. I have traveled. I've been to China when I was in college. I've been to Europe. I've been to they were 2-week tours. I was part of a professional is not the right term because they don't do it full time, but a adult choir tour while I was in college. I sang as part of a choir, and we went as a large group. Both trips were 2 weeks, one in China and one in Europe. I've been to we flew into Germany. We did Germany for 4 or 5 days. And then we did I can't remember the order, but I'm pretty sure it was Germany, Austria, Czech Republic, Prague, and then Budapest. Those are the 4 that we hit. But we were a little busy, right? Because we had, there was concerts that we had to go to. We had a couple of days for sightseeing and stuff, but it was generally pretty limited in what we could kind of do on our own because we were there for a specific purpose. You guys put stuff in your food. Yeah, I know. We'll do the whole thing. Not all the food. But I know what you're saying. There is truth to what you're saying, but it isn't as bad as some people say. Right? I'm very careful about what I eat. Right? I could be less careful about what I eat in other places. Let's just say. It is what it is. There are people trying to work on that to fix it. I don't know if it will ever be fixed, or not ever, but but that's not the kind of food I was talking about. I'm not talking about the cheapest. Like, there are ways to get very, very good food. But yeah. In the US, it was a general lack of vegetables. You get vegetables until hot springs. Well, that's kind of what I'm talking about with California. You didn't go to California because we can get really, really good produce year round. Produce is very regional in the United States. It's very regional. Oh my God, why can't I fly into the hole? It's very regional and it's very seasonal, right? So you could probably have gotten something, just probably not what you were expecting. Yeah, Arizona, hell on earth, bro. I got a regular viewer who's in Arizona. Arizona sucks. You don't want to be there during certain parts of the year, I'll tell you that. Again, that's why food is so regional in the United States. Oh my God, did I miss that completely? Because there's just huge chunks of the country that can't grow certain things at certain times of the year. There's a reason that Texas is barbecue and Nebraska is corn and Idaho is potatoes and Pacific Northwest is salmon, and right, like there's reasons that like the regional food exists. Right in the Southwest, it's Mexican food, and right, because those are the flavors and types of food that you can have that you have access to. So it makes sense. But yeah, you did a circle from Dallas to New Orleans to Memphis. I've been to Dallas. I haven't been to Memphis or New Orleans. Their food there is ridiculously amazing, especially if you get like good regional barbecue or New Orleans. New Orleans food is really, really, really good. But it just depends. It's probably not what you're used to, obviously, right? It's going to be different. But I bet you where you were probably had some kind of regional produce that was active at that time, right? But you just kind of have to know it. And that's going to be hard if you don't know. Yeah, New Orleans. Probably not somewhere I'm going to be going anytime soon. I don't know if I can do this whole thing tonight, guys. We're having a really good conversation, though, so I'm going to keep going for now. We've bled into what I had planned to do on Wednesday night. What he means about being careful is as long as it's not barbecue from Oklahoma. That's not true. I only got to eat that at that one place, and it was good. Mostly I mean not eating processed junk. Because processed food does have not good stuff in it, right? Like the cheapest flour, and I wish it wasn't like that, but you know, kind of is. That's what I meant. Weirdly enough, the only thing you ate that was fine was Jack in the Box. I actually stayed in California and traveled to Arizona for a day. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't. I do my best not to eat fast food. I still get a craving every once in a while. But yeah. Yeah, traveling to Arizona for a day. I mean, I'm sure you were in Southern California, right? It takes a whole day to travel through California. But that whole area down there, just, I don't know. It's desert, man. It's literally a desert. I'm not a fan. That's a place you drive through. I have a ton of respect for people that live there, but it's not for me. All right, Steven. You Taco Bell is your go-to. I don't know. If I have to go get something fast, here's the problem. Like, eating that food just makes me feel bad these days. So I try not to. And I feel like the first, like, huge chunk of my life, I've eaten enough fast food for the rest of my life. We do have some like local, like, they're not fast food, but they're sort of like fast food, Mexican like taquerias. They have drive-throughs, right? But they're not like, they're a better quality than your average fast food place. I do like In-N-Out. I will go to In-N-Out. I love In-N-Out. That would probably be In-N-Out, probably, and my 24-hour taquerias probably be the two that I fall victim to most often. And don't let anybody tell you that Whataburger is better than In-N-Out. Wars were fought over less. Damn Texans. I don't know. Maybe their In-N-Outs in Texas aren't as good as the In-N-Outs here. I've been to Whataburger twice, and I've been disappointed each time. And I don't think I can remember a single time I've been disappointed with In-N-Out. And then Five Guys is pretty good, but Five Guys is so expensive. It's like twice as much. So I'm gonna go to Five Guys. Why don't I just buy 2 hamburgers at In-N-Out? It'd be the same price. Yeah, you tried In-N-Out. It was a soggy Big Mac. Yeah. It's very possible you got unlucky, just like it's possible I got unlucky both times that I ate it at Whataburger. But In-N-Out is my jam. I have not ever had a In-N-Out that tasted like a soggy Big Mac. But I don't know, maybe your refined English tastes, right? Maybe that's to blame, because as you know, the UK has better food than anywhere else in the world. Yeah, Five Guys, very pricey, bro. It's so bad. It's shockingly expensive. Like, it's good, it's fine. Okay. Can't beat a bacon Sammy though. Do you ever watch the YouTube channel Jolly? That's two English guys that basically eat American food, and they get other Brits to eat American food. If you haven't, you should, but you probably do. Well, that's the other thing too. When I say, that I eat well, that I eat good food as an American, I'm including all the different kinds of food. Mexican food, sushi, Chinese food. We've talked about food so much on this on the stream tonight. Dracus. Hey, just saw one of your shorts and had to see your awesome build. Just wondering, is 1.2 gonna break your cool build? No, it won't. It won't break it. The only thing that it breaks is my ability to use mods, and that's why I haven't moved over to it. As soon as I can use mods, I will move over to it. But I actually might be done with it before I'm able to do that. So, but yeah, no, it won't break it. But I'm actually really close to finishing this. I might be just finishing this when 1.2 comes out. But we're inside Arasaka Tower right now. That's me. All right, have a good night. Okay. Really two, I use inventory mod, but honestly, I don't even use most of the inventory, and I don't really even need this anymore. This isn't the one that keeps me from switching to 1.2. The other one I use constantly, and it's SkyUI. So I can control and I can pause, and I can, if I want a really nice picture of my city, I just slide the the sun to where it's nice and purple and really pretty, and I use that constantly to help make like I'm about to take a thumbnail for this VOD right now, and I'm gonna make that adjustment. I think so. Do they compare like USA Domino's to UK Domino's? Yeah, they do, but like that's not their best content. Find where they go and eat like American barbecue or like American Southern food or things like that. Not just like the fast food stuff. They do that as well, but look for the other videos. Cimmerian 1.2 changes vehicle pathing. You'll have to redo it all, I suspect, but it's much better. I loaded my save in 1.2. Everything worked fine. Now I can't change it. The old pathing is there, and it has been sort of like Frankensteined into the new pathing. So it would be I would have to redo it, I think. But while I was redoing it, everything still works, right? It's just a little bit funky. Speaking of hitting a wall, guys, this is about it for me. I gotta take my thumbnail. We got Mother's Day thing that I have to be up for in like 7 hours, which isn't that bad really, but I have a bunch of stuff I have to do before I go to bed. So I've been strategically building this side of the factory so that I could get a nice thumbnail. Yeah, watch Jolly's stuff on barbecue and like pies and like good actual real American food, not like bullshit. And there's some bullshit, like there is, but there's also really good stuff too. And the bullshit gets all the bullshit gets all the press. You know what I mean? I want to do some forced perspective here. Yeah, Dracus, you too. I hope to see you in a live stream in the future. It was a quick hi and bye today, but I'll see you around. What do we think? Foreground or lean into, I think we lean into this. This is pretty cool looking. We're gonna go with this. Couple extras. Nice chatting with you. I'll try to catch your streams even when I see you live again. I go Friday nights and Saturday nights and Wednesday nights, my time, all at the same time. That is 9 p.m. West Coast, United States. If you go to my Discord, I have a schedule channel that tells you when I start streaming in your time. So no matter where you live, if you go to my Discord, you can keep track of my scheduled streams and you just check on it and go, oh, okay, it's, 7 o'clock in the morning or wherever it is for you. Plus you have to remember that every 6 months, daylight, I don't know if every country does daylight savings. I think the UK might, but the clock changes on me every 6 months. And so you may be like, oh, he streams at X time every day for me, but that changes every freaking 6 months. So the best way is to see the Discord. I'll also message the Discord if in general, if I'm canceling a stream or something. So, if you want to follow me there, that's a good way to do it. Guys, I'm gonna raid on Twitch. All right, we got 39 viewers. If you want to hang out, we'll find somebody playing Satisfactory. I'm gonna raid them. And then YouTube, we're wrapping up. If you guys could like the VOD / live stream, if you haven't already, then please do so. I thought you did daylight savings. I think you do it at a different day than we do. So it's all like funky for like a couple of weeks. Let me just check this really quickly, make sure this is this picture turned out good, and then we'll do what we do. Sometimes they come out pixelated, but this looks really clean. All right, sick. Let's save. And I went a little bit later than I was expecting. 7 hours, not too bad. We got a lot done. I don't know what Wednesday is going to be like, guys. Honestly, we don't have very much to do to finish this floor off. I don't know. I might do a short stream on Wednesday. We might work on something else. I want to start these major floors on Saturday nights. We started floor 6 tonight. We'll do floor 7, 8, and 9 over the next few weeks. And then, I don't know. I'll think of something. I will try not to cancel Wednesday, even though I'm already tempted to, because I got most of Wednesday's work done while we were chatting. I think it's Australia where it'll be 1 hour and then 2 hours difference as each country changes. Yeah. Well, right, because They're on the southern part. Egyptian, okay, have a good rest. Yeah, see you later. Definitely. And I'll see you guys on the Discord. We'll chat some more. And I have a short coming out Monday morning. If you guys want to keep an eye out for that. 169. Nice. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. All right, who are we gonna raid? Who are we gonna raid? I am tired. I've talked a lot. I'm gonna rest my voice. English, please. I have all of the Satisfactory English viewers, pretty much. We got a 10 and a 9. Ooh, I'm following one of them. Oh, it's the guy doing hard mode. Here's the guy doing hard mode. Let's rate him. We were talking about this guy earlier. Off-screen Phantom. I raid this guy often. I think our streaming schedules are in that such a way. All right, we're all set for the raid. All right, appreciate it, guys. Have a good day. Have a good Mother's Day if you're in the US, and I'll see you next week.